Welcome. I am Adakay. Grab your favorite drink, get comfy, and let's hop into court. Good morning. How are you guys? Welcome. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate you. Wow. Whoo, big echo. There you go. Appreciate you so much for joining. Oh, I needed that this morning. I hope this finds you well. Yes, I am incognito right now. I am so blessed to have you. You are simply amazing. Just wanted to tell you that. When was the last time someone told you that? You're simply amazing, dolls and gals. Gals and pals? That's what it is. Gals and pals. I am interested to see what happens today in this trial. Oh my gosh, y'all. It's going to be I wonder, is he going to show up? I wonder if he's going to actually show up today. Dazey has not shown up at his trial. Yesterday, he said, was a religious Sabbath, which was not. So we'll see what happens. I want to first apologize for the live last night. We had a huge echo. I don't know if we still have it. I'm praying we're not. I hope not. I can't tell. So if you're on, can you comment hello and tell me if you're getting any kind of echoing? It was a very interesting situation. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Adakay. I am your juror. Oh, Carol, thank you. Thank you for telling me. Appreciate it. We have been watching the Tyler Dazey trial. It is that is the wrong defense case in chief. Hi, Carol. Thank you. So this guy ended the life of his mother and her beloved pet. And not a good thing. And we are, how do I put this? It was a very interesting trial. They are, I think, this morning going to go to closing arguments. Both sides rested yesterday. The interesting thing with that rest is it was not, how to put it otherwise, it was not a clear end of trial. It was just like the judge left and the stream live just ended. It was wild. Good morning, Miss Kevin. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. So we don't know what's going to happen today. They were very unclear. Very unclear. So we're good. I'm checking our live feed, making sure we're good. Everybody's doing good. We're doing good. I hope we get closing this morning. So we should get closing argument and then jury deliberation. I will at some point. Let's see if I can do it now. Let's see if I can do it now. I want to set up a poll. How long it's going to take for them to deliberate? Personally, I'm guessing an hour, if that. I really am guessing an hour, if that. It's weird. It was a weird trial. I don't know how else to say it. I it I don't know how to describe this trial. Am I not? Is it not true, you guys? Hi, out and about with Diane. Hello, Andrielle. Hello, Miss Kevin. Hello, Miss Carol. Is that not true? Oh my gosh. It I'm in the wrong thing. Gotta do it again. Trying to get my chat to pop out. And for some reason my YouTube account is switching to another account, and that makes it more difficult for me. But it is what it is. We're all good. And we got it. Technology, man. I love it, but it's a thorn in my side. Last night's stream was definitely one of those nights. We figured it out, guys. I had a program to help me with the sound boosting, and well, it was interfering. So we had to delete it. So let's get to today's fabulous birthdays. It's a short list this morning. So if you have anybody who's having a birthday, tell them I said hello and happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to. Uh-oh. I got a message that blocked me. Happy birthday to Brandy. Oh, blessed. Look at that family. I hope you are blessed today. Chelsea, happy birthday. Terry, may it be a blessed birthday. Kendall, enjoy it. Get a good workout in. Veronica, happy birthday. And Esther, oh my God, I've not seen you since, interpreting school. I hope you have a fabulous birthday, doll. And I hope your family's blessing you. Everybody, if you were not on our list and it's your birthday, happy birthday. I am excited to get today done. I want to see the end of this trial. I think he's going to be guilty. I will say that. Anybody who doesn't know what's happened. This is really one of those cases that it's a sad case. It's a sad case. That's all I can say. It's back again. You're telling me there's an echo again. A cyber breakdown? What? Okay. Stop it, Sensei. Okay, I got that clicked. Hopefully. Stop. What in the heck are you talking about? I was just on the news and didn't hear anything about it. You mean we have an echo? I mean, a cyber breakdown? I'm going on the news, y'all. We're clicking on news. So that means we may not have court. There's nothing popped up about a cyber breakdown. Where are you seeing that? Is it here or just there? Miss Kevin, is it local or is it over in Australia? So how does that affect us? I'm going to throw up a video and see if we still have an echo. I got to find one that's not political. Oh, here we go. I'm going to share this. I'm going to use this as a test.
Officer, and this was a global outage that disrupted so many things. So, Matt, can you hear us? And thanks for joining us.
All right, guys, tell me if this is echoey.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, come on.
Here we go again.
Can we hear him?
We just had him in the commercial. Matt,
Oh, there he is.
Matt, you there?
I can hear you.
There you go,
there
Matt.
he is.
Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
go. We're back together.
There we go, Matt. Good to hear
We'll
from you.
blame the outage.
Do we have an
The
echo?
outage again. First off, the important thing is, how is this outage at all affecting the city's ability to keep people safe? That is what comes to people's minds first and foremost when you hear an outage like this.
Yeah, so for New York City, we're very fortunate. So all of our critical services and our life safety services, 911, 311, police, fire, and medical are all up and operating without any issues. So everything from radio dispatch to someone taking a 911 call and handing it off, that's all working without any incident.
Are you hearing anything, though, about city hospitals having any kind of issues? Because I know that there were some hospitals, not here, but in Britain, actually, that have had issues with their computer systems in hospitals. Anything like that happening in our city?
So as you can imagine, with the scale of the impact that we're having, especially with the partner technology, the impact is wide. So we're still building a catalog of everything that's impacted. And as you can imagine, and as you can see, it's manifesting from everywhere, from our public transportation through the airline industry and in a number of other places. So the impacts are far-reaching.
So what can a New Yorker expect today, right? That they're waking up to, and they're obviously transit's affected. What else can you tell them specifically may be affected by this, and how long it may take to resolve?
Yeah, so access to most things, like even on the public transportation side, outside of display boards and things like that, the public transportation system remains reliable and available. In terms of what the average New Yorker will see, they'll have working traffic signals, they'll have fresh water, they'll have the typical things that they're used to. In terms of city services, some services may be partially unavailable, like if you're looking to pay a parking ticket online or you're looking to pay your water bill. Those kind of things may be unavailable for a short period of time, but we're on the road to recovery and we're trying to pull things back up as quickly as
Darn,
we can.
people won't be able to pay their parking tickets or water bills. I'm sure they're going to really be careful.
Matt, I'm really hoping that you're right, that we're on the road out of this, but if perhaps it does come back, we have this outage again, what kind of backup plan does the city have when something like this happens?
Yeah, so as you can see with our lifeline services, things like 911, we put contingencies in place so that one vendor can't take or cripple the entire city's operation. So when things like this happens, we reevaluate the portfolio of partners that we use, and we rearrange them, and we'll likely make some smart investments to make sure that we wouldn't be in a position where we'd have critical impacts across all of our systems.
Matt,
so we've already done that to a degree.
The cause here, I know we got to go. The cause, do we have any idea of what may have been behind this?
Yeah, so the cause behind the issue is the partner that we use for, one of the partners we use for cybersecurity deployed a bad patch. And when that bad patch went out, any workstation, any computer that used Microsoft Windows that got that update failed critically. And that's where you people are referring this as commonly as the blue screen of death.
Yeah.
That's basically what happened after it got that update from that vendor. So there's nothing related. It wasn't a hack.
And it wasn't like a security breach. I think that's important to know.
Not a breach to the best of our knowledge.
Okay. Matt Frazier, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this morning and clearing that all up.
Pleasure.
Yes. Hopefully I can pay my water bill soon, though. All right, Matt. Thank you.
So this is from an update of Windows? Miss Kevin, ask your husband if you have Windows. Do I have Windows. I don't have it automatically updates. So what do? I've been reaching out to Brax. I'm going, Brax. No, I'm kidding. I haven't done that yet. Oh. Well, it automatically updates. How do I stop it? As soon as Brax sees this, I'm sure he's going to. Oops. As soon as he sees it, I'm going to. Shoot. Wow. Wow. And guess what? Discord has not picked me up. But I got your information in Discord, Miss Kevin. Oh, security cyber system and not just Windows. Hi, Miss Diane.
Hello.
You've missed it.
Why? What did I
We're
miss?
going to watch this again.
Huh?
We're going to watch this again. You need to see this.
Okay.
You might want to interpret this
It's
too.
8:43 right now, and with us at this hour on the phone to talk more about the outages that we've been experiencing all morning is Matt Frazier.
Yeah, he's the city's chief technology officer, and this was a global outage that disrupted so many things. So, Matt, can you hear us? Thanks for joining us. Oh, here we go.
We have a cyber outage.
Oh, come on.
Here we go again.
Can we hear him?
We just had him in the commercial.
Oh, there he is.
Matt, you there?
I can hear you.
There you go.
there.
Okay. All
There
right.
we go. We're back together.
There we go, Matt. Good to hear from you. I don't seem to be the outage again. First off, the important thing is, how is this outage at all affecting the city's ability to keep people safe? That is what comes to people's minds first and foremost when you hear an outage like this.
Yeah, so for New York City, we're very fortunate. So all of our critical services and our life safety services, 911, 311, police, fire, and medical are all up and operating without any issues. So everything from radio dispatch to someone taking a 911 call and handing it off, that's all working without any incident.
Are you hearing anything, though, about city hospitals having any kind of issues? Because I know that there were some hospitals, not here, but in Britain, actually, that have had issues with their computer systems in hospitals. Anything like that happening in our city?
So as you can imagine, with the scale of the impact that we're having, especially with the partner technology, the impact is wide. So we're still building a catalog of everything that's impacted. And as you can imagine, and as you can see, it's manifesting from everywhere, from our public transportation through the airline industry and in a number of other places. So the impacts are far-reaching.
So what can a New Yorker expect today, right? That they're waking up to, and they're obviously transit's affected. what else can you tell them specifically may be affected by this and how long it may take to resolve?
Yeah, so access to most things, like even on the public transportation side, outside of display boards and things like that, the public transportation system remains reliable and available. In terms of what the average New Yorker will see, they'll have working traffic signals, they'll have fresh water, they'll have the typical things that they're used to. In terms of city services, some services may be partially unavailable, like if you're looking to pay a parking ticket online or you're looking to pay your water bill. Those kind of things may be unavailable for a short period of time, but we're on the road to recovery and we're trying to pull things back up.
Darn, people won't be able to pay their parking tickets or water bills. I'm sure they're going to really be there.
Matt, I'm really hoping that you're right, that we're on the road out of this, but if perhaps it does come back, we have this outage again, what kind of backup plan does the city have when something like this happens?
Yeah, so as you can see with our lifeline services, or not things like 911, we put contingencies in place so that one vendor can't take or cripple the entire city's operation. So when things like this happens, we reevaluate the portfolio of partners that we use, and we rearrange them, and we'll likely make some smart investments to make sure that we wouldn't be in a position where we'd have critical impacts across all of our systems. So we've already done that to a degree.
The cause here, I know we got to go. The cause, do we have any idea of what may have been behind
Did
this?
the echo leave?
Yeah, so the cause behind the issue is the partner that we use for one of the partners we use for cybersecurity deployed a bad patch, and when that bad patch went out, any workstation, any computer that used Microsoft Windows that got that update failed critically, and that's where you people are referring this as commonly as the blue screen of death.
Yeah.
That's basically what happened after it got that update from that vendor. So there's nothing terror related. It wasn't a hack.
And it wasn't like a security breach. I think that's important to know.
Not a breach to the best of our knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, Frazier, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this morning and clearing that all up.
Pleasure.
Yes. Hopefully I can pay my water bill soon, though. All right, Matt. Thank you.
I remember I saw that came up on my phone, worldwide or global outage, but I didn't take time to read it because I still had it. I was talking to you. It was important. It was important. You didn't go anywhere.
We're trying to figure out what's going on because that thing that I had messed up my stuff.
Echo.
So, I've got 2 different Roadcast speaker outages we can use, and I'm trying to decipher which one is the echo.
Oh, I do understand.
Look at us both have our coffee.
And mine says, my favorite people call me Nana. My daughter gave this to me for Mother's Day 2 years ago.
Miss Catherine's husband is an IT. Is saying they're going to be working in shifts to get things restored on work. He'll be home in a few hours and have to go back tonight.
Only thing that's good for is the pocketbook. That's the only thing that's good for.
Well, maybe that's why I'm not getting a hold of Braxton.
It could be.
So, do I look okay without the big light on?
Yeah, you look fine. Looks fine from here. Margie says you look fine from there. She's looking at you from the back of the computer. All she sees is a big black screen. How's my lighting?
Much better.
You're so picky, Adakay. Did you hear that?
Nope.
You so picky.
Well, we're waiting on trial. It has not started yet. Yeah. Yeah, it's not started yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So professional.
Yeah, but if I'm interpreting, I have to turn the light on. It's too dark. Is it?
No. I can see your face and I can see your hand. You're just dandy.
Morning, sneaky side.
As long as you can't see the hair on my shirt, we're good.
We're working on it. We're working on getting good this morning. It was a morning of not happy news, which everybody's fine. It's just behind the scenes interpreting stuff. And then I slept good last night. I just want to sleep some more.
I slept okay too. I did. I can tell when I rest when I sleep because I wake up early. If I don't sleep well, nah, not happening.
I just can't go yawning.
That's lack of oxygen. Margie goes, that's lack of oxygen. Breathe deep. Breathe deep. I finally learned why, as an interpreter, I do breathe deep. When the doctor says take a deep breath, I do it this way. You know why? Because those things in the hospital, when they're breathing, they go up and down instead of
Yeah,
this.
that's the sign for it.
Yeah,
I'm like,
instead of this.
that's an interpreter's joke.
Yep, it is. I was like, okay.
Miss Kevin, this time will pass.
Well,
But the problem is you won't have the snuggles with it. I miss the snuggles.
well, I just got really brighter.
Oh, you look good still. Okay.
No,
Turn down here.
let's see what happened. Oh, that's a little better.
I want to thank those who have joined our memberships. We now have memberships. We are totally launched, and I'm so excited. It has been an amazing journey. I was just kind of reflecting back last night. I was waiting to go to sleep.
Yeah, she got stopped that. It is stream, STREAM, yard, YARD, .com / Q, and these are little letters.
Oh, she needs. Wait, let me. No. What is she wanting?
She wanted the site. So
It's just StreamYard.com, but she can't get in.
oh, okay.
She can go to my YouTube.
Go to her YouTube because you're not special.
Well, she can't get in. I can only have. Morning, Miss Kevin. How are you today? I was just woken up by thunder. I have high anxiety dogs. Oh, poor puppers. And we are now hiding downstairs, and they are happy in their safe place.
So
Aw.
what is your YouTube? Adakay Brown at YouTube?
I can send it to her.
She's gonna send it to you. Probably messenger, email, what? Messenger, email, what?
Messenger.
Messenger.
Messenger. I got a Facebook from her for friend request, but it was scam.
Oh well, it was scam.
She got hacked.
Yeah.
There you go. Sent.
That.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
I just subscribed to your Adakay Juror.
Well, it was Adakay, your alternate juror, and somebody in StreamYard, in Discord had alternate juror, and it kept sending people to their page. That was not working. That does not work. Does not compute. No good. No bueno.
No bueno.
Ooh, Washington. Waxahachie, Washington. Was it when I can't say that. Miss Diane. Michelle Salter.
Waxahachie.
When it's WENATCHEE. Wintahatchee.
Wintahatchee. Sounds right to me.
Columbia, Canada. Oh, thanks from Canada. This is a sign for Canada. What do you use for Canada?
Oh, Canada.
Oh, you do that?
Canada. You have this?
The leaf?
Yeah, the leaf. But that's why, I don't know. Canada.
Everybody signs it a little different.
Yep.
Oh, welcome from Atlanta. We are, well, I is in Texas, Central Texas. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. We don't want to talk about the sign for Ireland.
Just type in Adakay. You don't want to talk about what?
Ireland?
Why? I like
How do you
Ireland.
sign Ireland?
Ireland. Ireland.
Uh-uh.
How do you sign Ireland?
What's this?
Oh, this isn't Ireland. This is Australia. I've also seen, but I've also seen this for Australia. I've also seen this for Trump.
I'm Googling it. Because they changed it because of the potato famine,
Yeah.
and they changed it. Okay, that's not acceptable anymore. Sorry, sign naturally.
Country signs.
Sign savvy, that's not correct either. Let's see what hand speaks does. Yep, that's not correct. They
Or
changed it.
countries.
Wow, I'm learning it in Czech, Bulgarian, nothing in English. Everybody's doing the potato, but I do know there is a new sign. Nope. There is a new sign. Let me see. I was right. The new sign for Ireland, I was right, is this.
Is this? Why that? Any idea?
I don't know, but the potato, a lot of Irish don't like it. It's very offensive because of the potato famine.
I know this is
A
in
lot
the
of their lives. Took a lot of lives. Why are we not in court? Court. We need court.
huh?
It was supposed to start at 8:30.
Iran.
Iran. No, Iran.
I know you did ran.
What's India?
India's up here.
Iran.
Yeah.
That looks like impression. You really need to make it flat. Germany.
Germany.
Oh, that's right. Germany, Britain,
Britain. Britain. Let's see.
England. What's this?
I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
No, I think that's Britain. England, England, Mexico,
Mexico.
Japan, Mexico.
But I have a friend who she won't sign this for Japan. She signs it Japan simply because she doesn't like this sign.
We do it.
It's too close to vagina for her. She doesn't
I
like
know, right?
it, so she
So
signs
she
it.
does it this way.
Hmm.
And then we have
Yeah.
China,
China.
Canada,
Hmm.
South America,
Uh-huh.
North America,
Uh-huh.
Bahamas.
I'm trying to put on her YouTube.
I'm kidding. Which
Just-
one do you drum?
Just go to Adakay without space between Ada and K.
I sent her the link.
She sent you the link, she said.
You just have to click on it. Our sign for today is cousin.
my new cousin, aunt, uncle, cousin.
So uncle is up here. Niece is like this.
Yeah. Well, niece,
Niece,
nephew.
nephew, uncle.
Okay.
aunt.
Once she gets to your site, where does she go?
Okay, go to live.
Go to live.
It should be the top one.
You want her to? She wants you to subscribe.
Yes. Yes, I need subscribers. Gosh, almighty, I'm looking.
He does Canada like this.
Yeah.
You know where Argentina is?
Yep, guitar. Guitar. Now they're saying 9. They switched it to 9.
Okay.
It was 8. Now they're saying 9.
It's 10.
Sorry, y'all. 8:30 then 9.
Botswana.
What was that?
Botswana.
Botswana. I won't forgive it. I won't remember that one. Cuba.
Cuba. I don't know. I'm looking. Give me a minute. This is Chile.
Chile. Do you know why you're flicking off the fleas?
You're plucking off the chili off of you that you spilt.
Oh, thank you, young black economist. Thank you so much. Miss Dyke, Miss Kevin's been there. She grew up in
Botswana?
Zambia.
Zambia?
I can't read it that far away very well.
Yeah. Zambia.
Let's see if we can find a sign for that.
Zambia? I'm sure I can if I can get back to where I was.
Zambia. That I can read. It's separated. Zambia. No, I'm kidding. Well, some of you who watched live day 1 of this trial got a very unexpected, not a treat. And someone communicated with me that they were trying to watch the trial from day 1, and it was so chopped up into separate Zambia.
Cuba. Czech Republic. I know. Go ahead. They said it was so chopped up.
Oh, and the live stream had to be edited. There was a lot of video that was not supposed to make the live stream. It was only supposed to be shown to the jury. I'm very uneducated in ASL. Everything you show me is learning for me, and I appreciate it.
No problem.
Appreciate is 2 hands.
Appreciate, yes.
Please, 1.
El Salvador.
Yep. Yes. El Salvador.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tracy, we're waiting for court. We're going over country sign language for different countries. Killing time. There is, if you didn't hear, there's been outages, cyber outages all over the world. No, we're not under cyber attack.
No.
But anyway, so if you watch day 1 and you go back and you watch the original streaming company, which I will not name, you will find it chopped up, and it can be kind of confusing with the witnesses and all that. So don't panic. They had to quickly take down their lives and edit, which I don't think I've seen to that extent before. Gosh, sorry. I can't quit yawning. Can't quit yawning.
So this is about 30 seconds, 15 to 30 seconds behind. I guess.
Do I need to send her the video link? Okay.
So you need to
So, Diane, why don't we talk about court signs?
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me ask this fella something.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to share contacts. Need to share contacts.
No, I don't want that.
So, Miss Diane, I just shared your contact.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. Okay, I guess they don't want to talk to me. So,
They don't want to talk to you?
so I wanted to, someone asked me some questions about why I won't interpret when you're not either on screen or in the background. And it's because, okay, wait, I was up. Okay, I'm just going to pop it on the stream. That's cute. But anyway, I am not courtroom certified interpreter, and you have to be court certified or at Miss Diane's level. And so I can interpret with her supervision. Because the other day I said, Miss Diane's not in the background. I can't interpret. She has to be supervising. Yes, it's Argentina. Yes. So, with that, there's some interesting signs in court, like objection sustained, um, denied. What?
She told me to raise my head up. That was a
So, judge, you can just do this.
you are holding the gavel.
Gavel. Right. Execution. Sue group. To sue and then group. Defense. You're kind of off screen because we are a little narrower. Defense is like you're blocking, you're defending yourself. Group. Defense. Defendant would be this. You do the D.
Yeah,
That's two different ways. D is more English.
Mm-hmm.
This is more ASL. It's acceptable both ways. Defense person. Court reporter. Court reporter. Bailiff.
Me, it's
Yeah, right? Me, it's like cop, police of any level would be this. Federal police or FBI. Voir dire.
voir dire selecting the jury. I can look and see if I have a specific sign for voir dire. Let me see.
Well, voir dire is basically meaning
Okay.
when a witness is questioned without the jury present.
No.
Determine if their testimony is
Uh-uh.
pertinent to the case.
No. Voir dire is when they are selecting the jury and they ask the jury. Well, I've been in cases where that's what they called it, was voir dire.
Yeah, but when we have what I'm talking about is for the voir dire in court. Do you know when they pull the jury out and then they talk to the witness? They both question the witness and the judge decides whether the witness is going to come in or not.
Okay, that's a different one.
It's
Okay.
different.
It's
Yep.
a different one.
Oh, Tracy, hostile witness.
I guess that would be something I look up because I don't know. How's that first?
Well, let's
Truth
first
or
of all
dare?
describe what a true hostile witness is. People think when the opposite or opposing side is getting what I call salty, a little abrupt with the witness, that is a hostile witness. No. A hostile witness is somebody who is, say you're on the prosecution and you have a witness, and that witness is testifying for you, but all of a sudden you ask the judge to treat them like a hostile witness, meaning they're lying under oath, for example, and you have to right that wrong. You now have to treat them as if the defendant would. A hostile witness is it's very specific. So a lot of people think that just because an attorney is getting a little difficult for the witness and the witness is kind of showing back its frustration, that's treating them as a hostile witness. That's not the legal term for that.
Okay, see here
in inquire. Ms. Kevin's so good. So a voir dire is the Latin for to inquire. So that they're inquiring of a potential juror or a potential witness. It's either one.
Yeah, because the definition under ASL legal signs, testing a witness or juror for competency or interest, etc. And it is.
How would you sign it?
I'm looking.
Okay, you're out of screen. I can't see.
Yes.
Back up a little. Here, let me do it this way. Here, I'm changing. There we go. We're good.
Hold on.
I changed it. Yep, we're both correct.
Yeah. That's good.
Now, what?
It's there we go. Voir dire. I've just got an ad up. It's got to go finish.
But most of the time on the viewing of YouTube and what we're seeing, because we don't really always get to see jury selection or hear it, voir dire is most often used in court, the word itself.
Yeah, because I didn't know what it was first time I ever heard it. What is this? That is that's what she has up on her screen for this court case.
Yeah, we're waiting for the trial to hop up. So the other thing is motion in limine.
Motion, eliminate, I would think it's get rid of it, but I can only look it up when they do watch.
Motion in limine is basically pre-trial where they agree or the judge decides what evidence is going to come in on a specific topic. So they'll have a motion in limine, which means that, for example, say you have, I'm trying to think, what did they keep out of, trying to think, what did they keep out of a case? So say, for example, the solo cups were agreed that they would not disclose the solo cups in the Karen Reed trial for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
and you have a witness on the stand that said that they saw the police picking up
Motion.
snow and stuff in a red cup. The witness opened the door for that to come in. But motion and eliminate means it's an agreement that they're not going to bring something in. It was dealt with prior to court, so it suppressed the evidence.
Yeah,
Ah,
because
I got there, Miss Kevin.
motion is motion. You're asking.
So when there's a motion, so it's this.
I'm
But a
fine.
motion in limine would be motion suppress evidence.
I'm looking for that. See evidentiary hearing. All right, let's see if I can find another one.
What website are you on?
This is legal terminology dictionary, but it's not the one I want. Let's see. Legal
Okay.
legal signing law.
So I would sign it if I didn't have a specific sign. I would say motion. Motion. Okay,
Yeah,
motion and limit A.
I don't know yet. I'm still looking.
Motion stop evidence.
Oh no, that's way too bright on me.
Ooh, that's better. That's right there. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Whoa, she says.
She's pale enough as it is.
Is that little light plug in?
That's true. It's also motion eliminate is whether to include or exclude evidence.
Let's see.
Motion before trial. See, that's what's one thing about ASL. It's all dependent on the actual.
It
Oh
begins.
my gosh, we're getting a shout out. Trial Live is shouting us out.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put it up. Share screen. Look.
IA versus Daisy defense case.
Before trial begins, I want to talk about Adakay, a new partner of ours. Some of you may have come to us from her page, but if not, she offers ASL trial coverage, and she's the only channel offering it. Yay! Now, if we can get the big dogs to do that.
Yep.
Thank you, Trial Live. You were awesome.
How do I get that off the screen now? I don't know. I don't have answers. Motion.
Go on and thank them.
Motion. Formal request. I know that.
So I apologize for the delay, y'all, but they've delayed it. This is what happens.
Ooh, moral turpitude, act of baseness, vileness, or depravity. How do we get that? I asked her how we get that IAV Daisy off. Margie goes, how do you get the IAV Daisy off the screen now?
What do you mean? Me?
No, hold on, she's coming. She has this on the screen.
Let me get it back up. Let me get you back up.
That.
Oh, I do that. See us on the side? It moves. Wait a minute. Is she in Discord or YouTube?
YouTube.
Yeah, it's a little delayed.
It's just a little delay. Okay.
So she'll see in a second. Push play.
Okay.
Push play.
It's gone, she says.
Yep. It's just a second or two behind.
Thank you.
It's important because if something happens and I don't want to lose my monetization, I can cut the live before it actually goes live. There's some good reasoning for delays. Oh, he just put it back up there. Look.
Hey, hey.
Well, we are waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting. What's some other terms? Throw some stuff at us, you guys. Throw some stuff at us.
Wow.
What?
Mistrial. By the time I would sign all of this for mistrial, they've already moved on to the next paragraph.
Let me see it.
Okay. Here we go. Yo. Mistrial. Okay. I'm just going to copy it.
Objection. Oh, hold on. Let her do this and we'll get to those. No. Hey, guys,
Let's go.
I would do that, or sometimes, depending, I would do trial breakdown,
Well,
thrown out, or trial, case, dismissed.
it can do judge.
No, it's trial.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Judge, dismissed, thrown out.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone said sign objection and sustained.
Give me a
Yes,
second.
this is going to
I
be closing statements.
want to make sure I've got it.
And here again, it's regional. There can be slight variations to these.
Okay. This is objection. I disagree.
This?
Objection.
Okay, let me get you bigger. Let me embiggen us now. Okay, do it again.
Okay, give me just a minute. Okay, just plain objection. I disagree. Objection.
Disagree.
Disagree. Objection.
Sustained.
Objection sustained is
And then someone said something. How would you sign at
objection.
accept? Objection. Accept. Objection.
Objection.
Accepted. Objection denied. Or objection this
overruled.
way.
Let's look and see. Objection overruled. It's going to be objection not accept. Not accept. So,
But then again,
not accept.
yeah. The how would you sign at an impasse? A jury impasse. How would you jury stuck?
Yeah, I would do jury stuck because they don't even have that word.
Or conflict.
Yeah. Not decided.
Jury conflict.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, jury or jury.
Jury stuck.
Yeah.
No decision.
Jury stuck.
No decision.
Yep.
There's nothing to stop here.
Thank you, Siri.
My pleasure.
Verdict.
Hold on.
Decision.
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 Mm-hmm. What was the word we were looking for? Verdict. Is that what?
Verdict would be to decide.
Yeah, I think so, but I want to make sure. Verdict. Decide. Just decide.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, prison.
Prison house.
Prisoner.
Prisoner.
Prison.
Prison house. But
Now-
I probably just jail. But let's see what they say.
We were taught if a person's arrested, you do this and cuff. Or cuff this. Guilty, not guilty.
Innocent.
Innocent?
Mhm. Innocent. Not guilty. With court, I would go not guilty.
Felony?
Felony. Let's
Oh my
look.
God, you were really felony,
Felony.
indictable offense versus misdemeanor.
Felony. Let us see.
Felony charge. Federal charge.
Felony. Serious law break.
But you could also do, we've learned this is federal government. That's a federal charge.
Okay.
Your hands are too low, Adakay. I couldn't see you.
Your hands are too low, Adakay. She couldn't see him.
I said federal charge.
Okay.
Federal charge. Indictable offense. This is offense or suit.
IJ. Injunction, involuntary, indigenous, incriminating, indictment. You can do indictment.
Misdemeanor would be lower charge. Lower charge. I mean, that's what I've seen.
Well, do it again. Example.
This is true. Felonies are not all federal charges. The state can charge. Well, if we're talking about a federal government charge, it would be that. Now, if you're talking about a state charge, I would just do high charge, felony,
No,
low charge.
I don't know about that, but just indictment in itself is this.
What?
Okay, let me do it again and I'll tell you what it's saying while it says it.
Holy crap. Can
Okay.
they come up with something
It's
easier?
paper. Blames the person that they broke, that the law they broke. A paper, the paper is there, and it's the law that they broke it. They blame them because the law they broke. That's what the paper says.
Well, that's too confusing. Charge.
Charge.
Crime charged.
Yeah.
There's no, you have to fingerspell crime.
Mm-hmm.
Crime charged.
Crime. Let's see
Simple.
what crime says.
Crime charge.
Crime.
That's what I would do.
Crime. Law broke.
But then that would be law broke charge.
Crime.
Three
against
things for one word.
charge. Let's see if I see charge. CH, corpus, coroner, consent. Oh, charge. CHH, change of venue, child abuse, no charge. I'll have to look that up somewhere else. Let me write that down.
Yeah, guys, this is not easy.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Yeah.
Black Spot coming up. We will be following it.
What?
I already have the thumbnail made
For which-
starting next week. People do not understand, most people, it's not word for word, English to Spanish. It's not one word translate back and forth. It's conceptual. Family, court, divorce, court,
Mm-hmm. To indict
court,
a person
state,
is
court.
to file a complaint.
That's apply.
It's also file.
File a complaint.
Because this is a file, like you're putting a paper in
Paper in a file. But this is a charge file.
a charge file.
So if I say I have 4 charges filed against me, I have 4 charges
Against me. I would
against me.
I'd skip I have 4, because it's ASL. Give me a second. I have 4 charges against me. Have charges 4.
And then the other way we were taught would be have what?
Yeah.
Charge 4.
Yeah. We don't have that much time in court.
No.
Yes, Miss Kevin, you are absolutely right. And I spend a lot of my spare time researching vocabulary.
Yep. And people don't understand, at least when you go for your board, your BEI, which is your certification exam in Texas, you also have to have your English proficiency exam certification. We have to be certified in both English and ASL because it's the same test that if you were a Spanish speaking person who wants to be a translation into English.
Court of Appeals is higher court.
Higher court. Miss Diane, do you think we have too many words that say the same thing in spoken English?
Yeah.
You think
The speakers make it more complicated than it
it needs to? Definitely.
Perhaps less is more. That's
Obviously.
why, as an interpreter, you have to really listen to what is being said. And you notice that most of the time I am not right behind
Hello?
the speaker, but I am listening for the full concept of what is said. Because if I say, well, it's a run. Well, is it a run, or is it a run, or is it a run in a stocking? Is it the person that's running their mouth? What kind of run? So you have to listen to, oh, it's a run that boy ran in the race. That didn't make sense, but you get the idea.
My bad. That's important to understand, is that some people don't understand why we're delayed. I interpret a little closer than she does, but depends on the topic. If I know the subject and I know the speaker, I can interpret a little closer to the time. For example, when we're at a conference and it's a Christian conference and we've heard these speakers before, we kind of know their way of talking. It's easier to interpret, and we know this scripture, we know what their concept is. But when you're in a new environment where you don't know anything, you're further back.
Yeah, I remember there was an individual I was interpreting for, and I knew that this individual's vocabulary was through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to some of their former presentations, so I had a good understanding of their vocabulary and what they talk about. So truly, when we went to the presentation, I guarantee you, the people that were deaf were the only people that understood what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Same thing. I interpreted the opera Aida once, and for almost 3 months before, my student and we went through that musical, and we studied it, and we learned what the story was and what was happening. And so when we went to it, it was sung in Italian, I think. Not sure, but I can guarantee you that student was the only person that fully understood what was happening in that story.
Well, see, people don't understand that. They think interpreters, just when they hire an interpreter, you come in and you just sign and you leave.
Yeah.
A lot of times that is the case. But if we have any heads up, like if I'm going to if I've never interpreted anything in neurology, I'm going to study the most common used words in neurology before I go. If I'm interpreting a political speech, say we have a mayor, a guy running for mayor, and we're going to have a debate. I'm going to learn everything I can about that person, and I'm going to learn as many signs as I can that I don't know concerning the debate procedures and some of the words they might use. It's a lot of research.
Oh, yeah. And especially if you are going to do a concert of any
Oh,
kind.
yes.
Any kind. I will get all of the music that I can, because many times you do not get a song list. And even if you get a song list, they will divert.
Well, I interpreted for Sandy Patty twice. I didn't get the music the first time until they arrive that day, because they change it a lot from concert to concert.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have a list, and that day they decide what they're going to sing and what order. And oh my gosh, she had a song, Sandy with the Y, Patty with an I, or is it Sandy with an I, Patty with a Y? And it's about like this fast. And she looked at me before she sang it, and she goes, Ada, you might as well put your hands down. You're not going to be able to keep up. And I'm like, what is she doing? And she goes, I'm adding a song. I went, she was right, because she sang it so fast. Then you also have the problem with interpreters who don't know how to interpret the music itself. So if, like with me and Miss Diane, but me, I was in band. I knew how to play orchestra some. I was a drum major. I was in choir. So I'm very comfortable imitating different instruments and doing it well. Usually you get this. If we have a drum playing, I'm really good. Why is this thing so loose? If we have a drum, I'm really good with the beat. I'm sorry, I'm bragging on myself, Miss Diane. Guitar picks, bass, boom, boom. Your body. Guitar would be more rock.
Argentina.
Huh?
Argentina.
Tejano music. But it's not just about a sign. It's a total body interpretation at concerts.
Well, signing is not just here. It's here, especially music. I don't know. I was talking with an individual that was deaf, and they told me that they enjoyed music, but they got so tired of seeing an interpreter just do this. They said, I know. Show me what's happening. Show me what's happening. Show me what's playing. Is it a guitar? Is it drums? Is it a harmonica? Is it, a flute, a piccolo? Show me. So it's like, okay. I was doing
Bass.
Buddy Green. What's his name? Harmonica, Margie.
Yeah.
Buddy Green. And before he started, he looked at me and he hadn't started, and he told the people, he says, I just want to see what she's going to do. And I went.
Some people think the interpreters are more entertaining than the entertainer.
Yes, and I have told audiences before, if you enjoy the interpreter, that's wonderful. But please do not tell the presenter or the entertainer, that you enjoyed the interpreter more than them. They do not like
And it's exhausting. Diane and I interpreted at a conference last October, and it had high impact praise music in the beginning and at the end. And what, 2 hours of talking in between? And by the time we got done with the praise and worship, we're already spent. It's exhausting.
That's a
But
good
when the anointing hits,
thing.
it's all good.
Go forever.
Yep.
But when that anointing lifts, somebody pulled the
Oh, no.
plug out of the bathtub. That's a really good point, Ada. Who is the special music this time? And how will the deaf get to enjoy it? And is there music the night before?
Enjoy that.
You might bring that up with her.
Just the words is not enough.
Yeah,
It's like reading it out of a book.
yeah. Margie, good point. The words are not enough. It's like reading it from you reading the lyrics. You don't get the rhythm. You don't get the nuances. You don't get the feeling. And you
And like the song, I use this. There's a song that has the phrase, the anchor holds within the veil.
yes.
All right. Those of you who don't know that song, the first time you hear this, what does anchor holds within the veil means to you? How do you
There's a ship out there anchored somewhere.
How do they get a veil in the middle of the ocean?
What's a veil?
when I interpret that, I kind of set it up. The anchor is Christ.
Mhm,
Veil tore in temple when he died.
mhm.
Then the next time I just do Christ surrendered life. See, we have to set it up. I may not have done it that way, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head. But we have to research it. We have to look at what is the meaning, because if you just hear the word anchor holds within the veil, you're like, what?
Don't understand this.
Huh?
I don't understand this, is what you say if you don't know.
And the word like love in any language, Sandy Patty,
Mhm,
the rhetoric of the government may keep us worlds apart.
mhm.
They understand government, they understand world and apart, but they don't understand the word rhetoric. Most
Margie
people
goes,
nowadays don't even know what that means.
that one right there, Margie. Not
You
that.
ask a high school or college student, what is rhetoric? And they cannot give you the definition.
Yeah. It means the words that are blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Diane,
Yeah.
that is the lady we were speaking about
Uh-huh.
who's been going for a while, correct?
Uh-huh.
She needs to make an official request for an ASL interpreter because it has to be in writing. She can email it, send a copy to you, and if they deny her, then she can just give us a call, give me a call.
Okay. Okay.
And so, yep, that's where we is. Oh, Sneaky said, I love how expressive the faces are, interpreters are.
That's
That's
because
the grammar.
grammar.
That's grammar. That's how you know if we're asking a question or making a statement.
When I was learning ASL, one of my teachers told me,
Did you wear wooden shoes and write on stone?
no, why you could,
That's what I asked my daddy.
I developed the dirt. Anyway, anyway, my teacher told me there was a very elegant woman that came to class to learn ASL. And when this woman saw all the expressions, furrowed brow, just all of that. She went, I'm not doing that. And the teacher told her, says, this is part of the grammar of ASL. You have to get it correct. She goes, I just paid for a facelift. And I get Botox. I'm not doing that. And she left.
That is funny.
Right.
We did have a student who had Botox about 4 or 5 days before. So when you first get Botox, it doesn't set for a couple of days or a little bit of time. And about the time her midterm exams came, she thought she was lifting, she thought she was doing, and she failed.
Well, sure, she couldn't do anything. Before we start, I'm going to take a restroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay, you do that. One thing I'll share with y'all. I'll take this thing off until I see it. One thing I'll share with y'all is I love it, and I'm being sarcastic. You go into a restaurant, and I've heard this happening to people. I didn't know it would happen to me, and it did. I go into a restaurant, and I didn't have my hearing aids. I tried sometimes take a day or two off where I don't have my hearing aids on. I need a rest, and I have my dog with me, and I sit down, and the waiter is like this, and I'll say, "Excuse me, I'm deaf. I need to see your mouth." And they go, "Hold on." They come back and bring me a Braille menu. I kid you not. They bring me a freaking Braille menu. And then I love it when I really appreciate it. And I've heard these stories, but I didn't experience it until I started going deaf. I really appreciate it that people try to learn a little bit of sign language, but don't come up to me and tell me you know ASL and you go to spell your name and you can't get 3 letters right. Yeah, seriously. So I have a lady came up, her name was Mary, and she went, she spelled Maty. I always sign learning slow turtle. Yeah. It's okay if you say, I'm learning to sign. This is slow. That's fine. I appreciate it. But people think they know how to somewhat. Oh, they want to do the alphabet with you. I want to order. I want to get my tea. Hot. I'm thirsty. I'm hangry. And you're sitting here going, that's F, not D. And I'm like, that's knowing it. Oh my God. I just messed it up. But I'm like, I'm not here. That's right. I'm not here to educate you. Not my yup. And they sign words wrong. Like, this is thirsty. Thirsty, right? Lust. Will you do it this way? Miss Diane does it differently.
The finger.
We were taught this way.
How? For lust, this is thirsty. I'm thirsty. For here, this is thirsty. Do it with a middle finger. I'm horny. Excuse me.
This is hungry.
Hungry.
This is horny.
Morning. Oh, but that's a new one. This is
Up
morning.
here. A woman told me, I laughed so hard. Okay, true story. Baptist church. You know, every Wednesday night, Baptist churches, they have food and we line up, we pay and get our meal. And she was watching, always sitting in the behind the ASL section. She went up to the pastor who was talking to me and she goes, I learned a new sign. He goes, really, what? And she goes, oh, she goes, what? I said, what do you think you're signing? Oh, thank you so much, Weather Watch. I said, what do you think you're signing? She goes, very hungry.
Well, sounds good, but
Very hungry. This is slow and kind of wiggled is LUST. So, oh, you're welcome.
which is yours, slow and wiggled? Oh no! Now this?
Is drooling.
No. That's the same as yours, slow and wiggled. Yeah.
See, there's some different variations. Mr. Weather Watch, thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. We enjoyed it. We'll do it again. You are amazing. Thank you. So, yeah. So, little differences in sign can mean very different. This is God.
I was interpreting in church, and they were talking about how the angels were looking down and they saw the women, and they, how did I sign it? Oh, they saw the women and they came down to earth, and I didn't know how else to sign it, and they had sex with them. To see Adakay's eyes. And the whole row of deaf people went. And after church, they came up and they said, do you know what you signed? I said, when? They said, no, da 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 da. I said, yeah, the angels came down and they saw the women, and they came down to earth and they had sex. They went, no. They said you could have said yes. Very nice way of saying it.
That's a nice way of saying sex.
Yeah, it's a nice way of saying sex. Or this, yes. But this. Very, very nice way.
Well,
So they just, that one and the other one was they were talking about Jesus and how he just showed up.
oh,
Oh, yeah. I learned later he showed up. They did that too when I did it. They went, because I tamponed you. We all have our little stories.
well, I had a Baptist church, and it was a conference, and the pastor's wife always had a class called the Act of Marriage. And she talked about from the moment you start dating to when one of them passes. And she talked a lot about things like, you know, just practical stuff. But one thing she talked about was is there's going to come a point in your time in your marriage when this is not going to be as important. And sometimes you or he can't do this. I'm trying to keep the vocab down. We're not down there for 2 hours yet. And she said the word impotent.
Oh, he was this.
He was, and everybody, and I'm interpreting, everybody went, whoop. So I brought my sound down here and I went, and luckily not very many could see it because she looked over when everybody looked at me, she looked over. Sometimes we have to be very discreet.
Very, very true. Because if you are signing a health class and it's the chapter on reproduction,
Oh my gosh, yes.
class is looking to see how do you sign penis, how do you sign. That's what I said.
Male body part, female body parts.
Female body parts, how reproduction takes place. They're looking to see. And it's like, oh, I said she's talking about, and you would sign a man's body part that makes him a man. And the deaf person would go, oh, you mean, yeah, that. I had a deaf client once. It was a student. It was a girl, and I was subbing, but we were in gym class, and the teacher that day decided they were all going to do push-ups, and he said, "We're going to do a new push-up. It will give you more resistance." And so they're all like, "Okay, fine." They're sitting on the floor, legs crossed. And he says, first of all, when you get in your push up, because if I said sit up, I'm sorry, I meant push up. Get in your push up position, and you don't want to put your hands like this. You want to do this.
Ah!
And that girl looked at me and she went, H double hockey sticks? No.
You can say that.
Because that's a female body part.
Well, I was at a, do you remember oh God, what was it? The big conferences they used to have, Baptist based, with, oh my gosh, I can't remember. Something women. It was huge. I'm pulling a brain cramp.
I don't know.
They traveled around. It was like Billy Graham, but for women. Women of the Word? No. Anyway, the speaker was talking about mammograms. Now, I too have experienced what she did. It got stuck. The machine wouldn't let go. We both had the same experience when a technician had to come in and crawl up underneath it to release it. I'm not going to do it.
Not fun.
There's no sign for mammogram other than, yep.
It's like, oops,
And I'm interpreting this, and everybody's laughing more than I thought they should. And I glanced over. I'm freaking on the big screen like this.
Do what? I missed. I wasn't looking.
Huh?
You on the big screen doing what?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
And then stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody, she was laughing. It was horrible. But I'm doing a good job that was the other thing. We have to match the speaker. If they're high energy, we're high energy. If they're smooth and kind of just mellow, we're smooth and mellow. Yeah. My mom thought the sign for certain female body part was a sign for pizza.
She says, looks like you're eating a slice of pizza. Say, well, no, it's pizza. It's pizza.
It's the letters P. You draw it like a Z. Or you can do two Z's.
Yeah, always do
two Z's or one Z with the P.
Yeah.
And don't do this.
No, that's pee-pee or penis. Male body part. Yeah.
We have this. We went from a ceiling fan to ceiling tiles with the plug. Oh, someone wanted to ask me the other day, what's the difference between sausage and hot dog?
It's here. It's here. Hot dog, sausage. It's here.
Sometimes I'll do this.
Yeah.
We learned it that way too. Taco,
Okay.
hot dog. More of a
Hmm.
more risky though, doing the second sign. So yeah, we all. Oh, my first. Okay, I'll give you this story. I think they're getting ready to start. I'm a student for the first time, and I took a photography class. Now, mind you, I'd been a photographer for years, so I figured I'd take photography 101. I could teach the class. Darkroom, I could teach the class, but it's required for the photography degree. And so they gave me an interpreter because they knew I was hearing it, hard of hearing. It was hearing impaired back then. I was hard of hearing, and I didn't know it. And I show up to class, and this woman is sitting there saying, "I'm your interpreter," and I go, "I don't know ASL," and they go, "Oh." She goes, "Oh, please don't tell them I'm retiring after this semester, and it's you or a physics class, please." I said, "Well, why don't you teach me, because this class I can teach it in my sleep." So she goes, "Tell you what, tomorrow morning I want you to come in. Tonight, go buy a ASL book. I want you to come in and tell me what you had for breakfast this morning." So the next morning I show up and I'm sitting
Good
there, and
morning,
she
folks.
said, "What did you have for breakfast?" And I said,
When you came in the courtroom this morning, the court attendant handed each of you a set of jury instructions.
"I'll finish it."
I'm going to
Wrong.
read aloud to you this morning the first
This is the loudest I
about
can get it, guys.
80% of
I
those.
cannot boost it
Then we'll
anymore.
stop.
You'll have to
We'll
be
do
on your
closing
end.
arguments from the attorneys, and we'll come back and read the last few. The reason we do it that way is the last few instructions kind of give you some direction on your deliberations and procedure for deliberating. The first part is more the meat or the substance of the law. So I'm required to read these to you out loud. You can follow along with your set if you'd like, or you can just listen, whatever works best for you. Instruction number 1, members of the jury, the trial information charges the defendant, Tyler Dazey, with the crimes of murder in the first degree and animal abuse. The charge of murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree, voluntary manslaughter, and involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 2, Tyler Dazey has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you the state must prove something, it must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 3, the trial information is the document that formally charges the defendant with a crime and is merely the method by which the defendant is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. The defendant has been charged with 2 counts. You must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty separately on each count. Instruction number 4, Tyler Dazey is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of the defendant. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 5, you shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is 1, testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to which were not offered and received into evidence are not available to you. The following are not evidence. 1. Statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers. 2. Objections and rulings on objections. 3. Any testimony I told you to disregard. 4. Anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 6, in considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 7, decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. Try to reconcile any conflicts in the evidence. But if you cannot, accept the evidence you find more believable. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 8, you must determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. Instruction number 9. Nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 10. The burden is on the state to prove Tyler Dazey guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence in the case or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore, must be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it. However, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant guilty. But if, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 11, if there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, the defendant shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 12, the duty of the jury is to determine if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 13, where 2 or more alternative theories are presented, or where 2 or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. Instruction number 14. To commit a crime, a person must intend, knows the act is against the law, It is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 15. The state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the first degree. 1. On or about the 18th day of January 2024, the defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. 2. Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon by the defendant. 3. The defendant acted with malice aforethought. 4. The defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Jennifer Dazey. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you will then consider the charge of murder in the second degree, explained in instruction number 21. Instruction number 16, malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another, which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 17, willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Instruction number 18, deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 19, if a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another resulting in death, you may but are not required to infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 20, a dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device which is actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. Instruction number 21, the state must prove all of the following elements of murder in the second degree. 1, on or about the 18th day of January 2024, the defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. 2, Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon by the defendant. 3, the defendant acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of murder in the second degree, and you will then consider the charge of voluntary manslaughter explained in instruction number 23. Instruction number 22, murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 23, the state must prove all of the following elements of voluntary manslaughter. 1, on or about the 18th day of January 2024, the defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. 2, Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon by the defendant. 3, the act was done solely by reason of sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty of voluntary manslaughter, and you will then consider the charge of involuntary manslaughter explained in instruction number 25. Instruction number 24, concerning element number 3 of instruction number 23, a serious provocation is conduct that would cause a reasonable person to have a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion. Passion is not sudden, violent, and irresistible if there is an interval of time during which a reasonable person would, under the circumstances, have time to reflect and bring his or her passion under control and suppress the impulse to kill. Words alone, however abusive or insulting, cannot be serious provocation. Instruction number 25. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. 1. On or about the 18th day of January 2024, defendant recklessly struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. 2. The defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon in a manner likely to cause death. 3. By striking Jennifer Dazey's weapon in a manner likely to cause death. 3. By striking Jennifer Dazey with the dangerous weapon, the defendant unintentionally caused the death of Jennifer Dazey. If the state has proved all of the elements, the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, the defendant is not guilty under count 1. Instruction number 26. For the defendant to know or have knowledge of something means he had a conscious awareness of it. Specific intent, as used in these instructions, means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required to, conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 27. For count 2, on the charge of animal abuse, the state must prove element 1. 1. On or about the 18th day of January 2024, the defendant intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly inflicted serious injury or death on an animal by force, violence, or poisoning. 2. The defendant cannot be found guilty of animal abuse if any of the following apply. A. The act was the euthanizing of an animal that was in a state of permanent pain or suffering and done by the owner of the animal or someone acting with the consent of the owner. B. The act was carried out pursuant to a court order. C. The act was an act of veterinary medicine. D. The act was the hunting or trapping of a wild animal. If the state has proven element number 1, and if you find that none of the circumstances exist under element number 2, the defendant is guilty of animal abuse. If the state has failed to prove element number 1, or if you find that any of the circumstances exist under element number 2, the defendant is not guilty under count 2. Instruction number 28. Euthanasia means the humane destruction of an animal accomplished by a method that involves instantaneous unconsciousness and immediate death, or by a method that involves anesthesia produced by an agent which causes painless loss of consciousness and death during unconsciousness. Instruction number 29, the term serious injury, as used in element number 1 of instruction number 27, means bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or extended loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Instruction number 30. You have heard testimony from persons described as experts. Persons who have become experts in a field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's age and experience, the reasons for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 31. Evidence has been offered to show that the defendant made statements at an earlier time and place. If you find any of the statements were made, then you may consider them as part of the evidence, just as if they had been made at this trial. Instruction number 32. In this case, the defendant has decided not to be present and not to testify. The defendant is neither required to be present nor to testify. No inference of guilt may be drawn from these decisions. The burden of proof remains on the state to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, that's where we're going to stop, and we'll pick up with instruction 33 after closing arguments. Consistent with how trial has proceeded, the state has always gone first. The state has the burden of proof. The state will go first with closing argument. When the state is finished, the defense will have their opportunity. When the defense is finished, the state has one last chance to come up and rebut anything that the defense said in their closing argument. So, Mr. Nelson, with that, whenever you are ready, go right ahead. Yes, please.
A lot of instructions.
Marge, I don't know what's in the bottom of this, but something has soured.
I got it. You don't do it. I got it. You're supposed to go on the tie, not the lapel. Oh God, we got demonstrative. 67% of you think it's going to take between 1 and 2, up to 2 hours for deliberation. Oh God, no.
I know there's a lot of things you'd probably be wanting to do on a nice week like this, great weather, but this is a very important function, and we do thank you for coming in and giving us that time. Secondly, I'd like to thank you all for paying attention. Sometimes things get a little boring in here, and I was watching, everybody was pretty much locked in as the evidence came in. So this is the time where all the evidence is in, and now we attorneys get a chance to talk to you about that evidence. What is the evidence? We'll start with Exhibit 1. This is about Jennifer Dazey and her dog Echo. Ms. Lassance introduced you to them at the beginning of this case. You heard about her health issues. She had brain tumors. She had a surgery to remove those. She was recovering, moving forward in life. That all changed as a result of a particularly brutal and heinous act on January 18th of this year, which ended their lives. This is the front of 1605 Avoca, where Jennifer Dazey resided. On January 18th, her friend Christy Folman came by for planned coffee. They wanted to get together. Ms. Folman had been dealing with her own health issues. In fact, both of them had been in the hospital at the same time for their various health issues. They were just kind of getting back in touch, getting back together. They planned a coffee to sit down and catch up on things. Ms. Folman arrived. She noticed right away that there was a truck in the driveway and Jennifer's car was gone. That's Jennifer's son's Nick's truck. She didn't think much of it because vehicles got traded periodically there, and it was no big deal. Next. She walked up to the house. She went into the porch. This would be the front door that she got to. Would be coming in the front porch. She'd be right there, the front door of the porch leading into the house. She proceeded to open the door to go into the living room, and that would be what she saw. She opened the door. You can see into the dining room area.
Okay.
See the pillar in there that was talked about. pillars that separate the living room and the dining room. So she was looking right in through there when she saw Tyler Dazey between the pillars facing away, and he was naked. She stood up and said, this is what she saw standing there. She was surprised and somewhat embarrassed when she saw that, so she started backing out of the door again. Then she heard some footfalls and she heard a door close. She thought, all right, it's safe to enter the house. She goes on in like she always did. Next. That's one too many. Oh, must have missed one. Anyway, she put her coffee down on the table. She took off her shoes, put on socks. That's when she saw the dog Echo on the couch under a blanket. She went over and picked up a leg of Echo and let it go, and it dropped. Now she began getting puzzled. She went to the kitchen. She looked and she saw that the door to the basement was closed, that she knew that Jennifer was not in the basement because anytime she went down there, she left that door open. She tried calling and she tried texting. When she came out of the kitchen, this is back in here, she looked over and saw right here a little nightstand sort of affair, which had Jennifer's purse on it. She knew that Jennifer never left the house without the purse. So now she was getting confused. She went to Jennifer's bedroom. The door was closed. That's an important point. So she went in the hallway, went down to Jennifer's bedroom. When she went in there, she called out softly. The blinds were drawn. It was dark. She was trying to wake Jennifer up. Hey, why are you still in bed? She could tell that Jennifer was in the bed, but she couldn't see any details. She moved closer, tried to wake Jennifer with a low voice. That's when she saw this. She closed the door, braced it with her feet, back to the door, feet on a dresser, called her boyfriend right away and said, I think Jennifer is dead. Get over here. Then she called 911 immediately. Got on the phone you heard the 911 call. I mean, that was sheer terror. That's the only way to describe that. You heard Officer Hesselbecker was dispatched, and he arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. Ms. Fulman was on the 911 call, heard the officer enter the house, and she went to him and said, don't leave me. But the officer has a duty to do. He had to go investigate. So he said, go. And she went back into the kitchen, and she was hiding out back here near the pantry or mudroom or whatever they were calling it at the time. Officer Hesselbecker entered the room with his flashlight, turned on the light. That's the scene that he saw. You got to see that with the body cam that he was wearing. You saw the whole thing. You can look at it again if you want. You'll have that. We don't need to dwell on it here. You saw what he saw. He then called in and reported a homicide, and the cavalry started rolling. People started showing up. Lieutenant DeJuste arrived, assisted in clearing the house room by room. He announced numerous times, police department, make yourself known. Numerous times. There was no response. They cleared the basement. They cleared the main floor. Eventually, they got to the room, the back bedroom that Tyler Dazey was in. Officer Slide and DeJuste cleared the room. You saw that on the body camera. They found Tyler Dazey face down naked. They thought it was a body at first. Then Officer DeJuste said he's breathing. They decided that they wanted to secure him under these circumstances. Mr. Dazey complied with instructions and directions. He stated his right wrist hurt. There were no bloody clothes found anywhere in that room. Then Mr. Dazey was ultimately placed in a Tyvek suit. That was to preserve evidence and just to cover him. Investigator Rosenthal noted at the time that Mr. Dazey had abrasions on the back of his right hand and the back of his fingers on his right hand. He was taken to Mercy Hospital to be cleared. He was followed instructions up there. Officers obtained search warrants for blood and urine. to check for drugs and to look for possible influence of drugs. While they were waiting there, Mr. Dazey stated that he needed to urinate. He was asked to hold it briefly so a sample could be collected. Mr. Dazey stated, "I'm letting go now. The keys are yours," and urinated in the Tyvek suit. When investigator Rosenthal told him that he could have held it a little longer, Mr. Dazey responded, "Wars are meant to be fought." He urinated in the suit several more times, and eventually at the law enforcement center, he said he needed to urinate again. Officer Rosenthal said, "You don't need to do it in the suit again." He grabbed a collection cup, held it in place to get a sample. Mr. Dazey then said it might take a while and that he didn't want to dick you around. Then he said, quantum entanglement, brother, urinated all over investigator Rosenthal's hand. Samples were collected in that incident. They were sent to the crime lab along with blood samples. The lab results showed that Mr. Dazey had ingested THC isomers of different types, which would be that contained in the gummies, the vapes, and probably from actual marijuana plants. These are these various modifications made to the THC. What they did not find was PCP, fentanyl, opiates, or any of the other hard drugs. So he was not under the influence of any of those things. Now, while all that was playing out at the hospital and the law enforcement center, investigators were working on the scene. Blood spots were found in the hallway outside Jennifer's bedroom, which would be in here. And they were also found in the dining room, living room area, going over to where the dog was found on the sofa. A hatchet was found on a shelf in the bathroom, and there was a sheath to that was found on the dining room table. Both of those items are in evidence, and you can see that the sheath matches the hatchet. The hatchet also says SOG on one side, which is the same brand as the sheath. The ring camera was checked and showed several things. One, it showed the switching of the vehicles at around 8 p.m. the night before, where Jennifer's son Nicholas came, dropped off his truck, and took her car. Something wrong with his truck. That would have been the evening of the 17th. Jennifer let the dog out and in at about 10 p.m. that night. Nothing happens on that ring camera until the following morning at 8:38 when Ms. Folman arrived at the house. Officer Hesselbecker arrived at 8:51, and you saw all those video clips, people coming and going at the front door of that residence. Nobody else went in or out that front door. It was not on the camera. It's motion activated. There was nobody else in or out. Exhibit 24 shows the back door to the house with the deadbolt vertical. The testimony was that the owner was contacted when I don't know what you call the thing, a thumb something or other, when it's vertical, the deadbolt is locked. That was locked when officers got there. There was no evidence of forced entry. You had officers on the perimeter when they got there. One of their functions is to check windows and doors and look for forced entry. They checked that on the interior. There's no evidence of forced entry. Tyler Dazey was the only living being in that house on the morning of January 18th. He told investigator Rosenthal that he owned a hatchet, which he last saw in his toolbox that morning. He also told investigator Rosenthal that he had just taken a shower that morning right before officers arrived. The hatchet was sent to the lab. Technicians could not state definitely if it had been cleansed or scrubbed. However, there was blood stains on the on the hatchet, on the head, the blade, and the handle. They didn't find actual blood, but they found the stains. So the question would be, how do you get stains on there unless at some point there was in fact blood on there? The blood residue or the stains was swabbed, and they found that DNA of Jennifer Dazey on the handle of this hatchet. There's marks on there. The DNA lab person said they're marked and they're numbered. That's where they pulled the samples from. They're little circles marked with some kind of a marker. Obviously, the hatchet was scrubbed in the shower. There had to have been blood on there to get blood residue or blood stains, and there was enough on the handle to get DNA from it. Not enough on the blade, even though they tried. Further, the handle of this hatchet had a right palm print on it. And they lifted that palm print and they checked it with known palm prints, and that belonged to Tyler Dazey. The lab tech couldn't say with certainty that the hatchet was scrubbed, but said the prints showed signs of either a wet hatchet or a wet hand when the print was left on the handle. Again, that was scrubbed in the shower. It came out, it was wet, the hand was wet. That's why we got the print on there, and that's why the tech saw that there was water involved when that print was put on the handle. Echo the dog was taken up to the veterinarian for examination. Dr. White determined the cause of death was sharp force trauma penetrating the skull. Maybe it was blunt force trauma, which was consistent with the spike on the hatchet, on the back of this hatchet, the spike being driven through the skull and into the brain cavity of the dog. Dr. Cruz, the medical examiner, performed an autopsy of Jennifer Dazey. She determined the cause of death was sharp force injuries to the head, face, and neck. There were 17 injuries, 13 of them to the face, head, and neck. There were 2 fingers amputated or nearly amputated. You saw those photographs. You saw, the autopsy photos. You'll have them again if you want to look at them further. They'll be with you. The fatal wounds penetrated Jennifer Dazey's skull and penetrated the brain, some 1.5 inches in depth on the forehead. The neck injury was 2 inches deep, went all the way to the vertebrae. There was damage to the vertebrae, but it didn't get to the actual spinal cord. The doctor also said these wounds are consistent with this hatchet striking Jennifer Dazey in the face and the head, given the width of the blade and the wounds that she observed. One of Jennifer Dazey's fingers was amputated completely and was found on the nightstand. Another was hanging by a piece of skin. There was another cutting wound near the thumb on that hand. The amputated finger was either severed with great force and ended up landing on the nightstand, or it was placed there, but it ended up over on the nightstand. The severed fingers are also consistent with blows from this hatchet. And if you look at the blade on that, the narrowness of this blade, and you look at a hand, you can see how this hatchet could have come down, taken those fingers off, and not affected the small finger and the index finger. If it were a large wood cutting hatchet, probably would have got all 4, but this particular hatchet, very consistent with those fingers and leaving the other 2 unscathed. It's clear from the evidence that this hatchet is the instrument of death for both Jennifer Dazey and Echo the dog. It's equally clear from the evidence that Tyler Dazey was the person wielding this hatchet. His palm print was on it. The DNA matches up, and he was the only one there, nobody else in or out of the house. He told Officer Rosenthal that he only slept about an hour the night before. He was in his room all night contemplating this attack. He took the hatchet from his toolbox. Naked, he went to the dining room where he removed the sheath and left it on the table. Then he proceeded to Jennifer's bedroom where he swung that hatchet 17 times, striking her in the face and head. She put up her hand at some point in defense. The hatchet came down, fingers came off. Given Mr. Dazey's statement, he's probably talking at the time this happened, calling her a whore or a witch before or during the attack. He left the bedroom. He was dripping blood in the hallway and the dining room, blood spots, when he came out and made his way to administer the fatal blow to the dog on the couch. Then he went to the bathroom, showered off the blood spatters. There was blood spatters on the wall, blood spatters on the jewelry box, blood all over everywhere. There had to have been a lot of blood over there with these 17 blows with this hatchet, including all over him. So he went to the bathroom and cleaned up. While in the shower, he cleaned the hatchet, cleaned the blood off, but he didn't get enough because the residue remained, the staining remained, and that's how we got Jennifer's DNA off of the hatchet. That was used to kill her. Left the palm print when he placed it on the shelf. He killed his mother with the hatchet. There can be little doubt of that. Now, let's take a look at your instructions. I'm not going to throw them up on the board and go through them. The judge has already read them. You're going to have them, but I do have to touch on some of them. The big one, is instruction 15 for murder in the first degree. Element number 1 is on or about January 18th, defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. You have to go to the instruction number 20, which defines dangerous weapon: any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, or any instrument actually used or intended to inflict injury or death. This hatchet, particularly, is designed as a killing instrument. It's got the big spike on the back. It's got SOG on it. In Army parlance, that's Special Operations Group. I'm sure the manufacturer is selling it to people as some kind of a battle hatchet. This is not a wood chopping hatchet. It's pretty obvious. It's got this big medieval looking spike on the back of it. But even if you believe that this is a wood chopping hatchet, then you have to look at it as an instrument used to inflict death. This is like a baseball bat. It's a baseball bat when used to play baseball. If you use it to bash into somebody's head, it becomes a dangerous weapon. So even if you think this is an innocent camping hatchet, it was used in such a way to make it a dangerous weapon. And it is, in fact, a dangerous weapon. Element number 2, Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon. The medical examiner answered that. The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries consistent with blows from this hatchet. Element 3, that Mr. Dazey acted with malice aforethought. You have to go to instruction number 16 for a definition of malice and malice aforethought. So that says malice is a state of mind that leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. So actual hatred. Mr. Dazey stated to investigator Rosenthal that his mother was a witch who put evil on him. He said he doesn't need her to validate him and asked why would he care what a whore thinks. He said, "You want to sit and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks? He called his mother a whore often, said, you know how witches are. I'm better than you. I'm going to be your fear. I'm going to be your enemy. He explains his mother's injuries when asked as witchcraft. There's clearly hatred in those statements, but there's also the evil option or alternative. And I'll just simply state that 17 blows with this hatchet to someone's face, head, and neck is evil. And if it's not evil, evil doesn't exist. This was also a deliberated act, not in the heat of passion. You might be able to stretch it and say it was a heat of passion with one blow, but there were 17 of them. That's not the heat of passion. The time Mr. Dazey decided to pick up that hatchet and unsheath it and then go to Jennifer's room was when he decided to do what he was going to do. There's no limit required. There was malice aforethought before each blow 17 times. He had fixed purpose and intent 17 times. He thought about this before he even took that hatchet out of the toolbox. That's premeditation. That's intent. He knew exactly what he was going to do. Also, you look at it, instruction number 19. In this one was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. And malice aforethought is in another instruction, but the weapon itself allows you to make that inference. So the third element is satisfied. Element number 4 is that defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill. We just covered some of that. Instruction 17 defines willful, deliberate, and premeditate. It's not accidental. 17 blows is not an accident. That's thinking about it 17 times. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, consider, contemplate, reflect. All occurred before he took that hatchet out of the toolbox, picked it up, took the sheath off, and went to do what he did. To premeditate is to think or ponder. Premeditation began at the beginning and followed all the way through after the murder of Jennifer Dazey to the killing of the dog. That shows premeditation because it didn't end with Jennifer Dazey's death. It continued on the whole plan to the dog. That's premeditation. It was the whole plan. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any length of time. You don't have to ponder this for days or weeks or months ahead of time. This can happen instantaneously before the act. As long as you ponder it and as long as you deliberate, that is premeditation. You go back to instruction 19, again, the inference. You may infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill when a dangerous weapon was used and death results. Make that inference. Make it. Now, you've seen all the evidence, all the crime scene, autopsy photos, findings of the medical examiner, the veterinarian, all the lab people came in. There was a lot of evidence you heard. You've heard from police officers regarding your investigation. You've been instructed by the court with the law as to what the law is. You need to apply those instructions to the evidence. Tyler Dazey took this hatchet, dangerous weapon, with malice aforethought, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. He willfully administered 17 blows to Jennifer Dazey's head, face, and neck, killing her with this. Use common sense, use observations, use your experience, think it through, and find Tyler Dazey guilty of first-degree murder and animal abuse. Thank you.
Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready. Is it turned on? Test it. I don't know which number you have. He had one. I have two turned on.
What do y'all think? Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
You're on.
I'm going to set it. I'm going to set it down here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. May it please the court.
Counsel.
Counsel. Thank you. Good. You actually, and I'll tell you, we'll want ours in a second.
I've got it on yours.
All right. But we don't actually want it up there yet.
Yep.
Just going to have this in front of me, I guess.
It's going to be, you're going to be not found guilty of the first 10 accounts, and then the 3 lessers you'll be found guilty. I just think it's too much. Either you're innocent or guilty, period.
Okay. Starting off, first thing I need to say is thank you. Mr. Nelson already said it. I'll say it too. We talked about it a little bit during voir dire. You mentioned the fact that they wanted to serve on the jury because, among other things, it is their civic duty. I want to say thanks. This system doesn't work without it. I believe in the system. I have to believe in the system. We talked a little bit about what's different in our system and I think that our system works. We have an impartial trier of fact and one you. And so I say thank you. Going to do what Mr. Nelson. All right. I'm not going to walk through the case step by step. To read to you from the jury instructions. I will talk briefly, very briefly, about one jury instruction. And I'm going to try to keep this relatively short and to the point. I don't get to talk to you once. Mr. Nelson gets to talk to you twice. And after me. And that's he has the burden of proof. And we talked during voir dire a little bit about that burden, what that means, what that burden of proof is. All right. And you've got the instructions and you saw them. You can read how it works. Somebody, I forget who it was, right away when question during voir dire, piped up right away and said, when I asked, what does the defense have to prove? Said, nothing. That should be clearer now than it ever has been. Instructions. I say that because of one particular instruction. You look at jury instruction number 10, talks about the burden of proof and guilty beyond reasonable doubt and all of that. The only place this occurs in the jury instructions. And this is by design. In the second paragraph of that instruction, it says, a reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. And yeah, I put emphasis on that. And then down in the last paragraph, it says, if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state. It's the only jury where they do that. Themselves. Because that's the crux. They're trying to make sure you understand who has the burden of proof and what. It isn't just about having presented some evidence, because that evidence probably happened. Okay. It's a, did they plug all the holes?
Why would you say that?
Half of the puzzle pieces. Remember, as you look at the evidence, and you're going to have the chance to take all of this stuff back with you. All right. It's not the crime or how terrible the crime is. We all state those pictures that they show them to you. It's really innocence of the crime, not facts of the case.
What is going on?
Emotions and not.
Is it their video?
What it's really about whether or not the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is the one who killed Jennifer Dazey. That's what the case is. Remember Mr. Hoover's opening statement? I'm going to talk. We're done. You're going to understand what we're. Everybody does this. I understand that. Unfortunately, sometimes law take the path of least resistance.
Okay, guys, I'll talk softer. It's their feed. I can't boost it anymore, but I will speak softer. Is that better?
You heard the phrase, round up the usual.
It's their connection.
And it hasn't just survived from the movie.
But is my voice easier to understand this soft? Better, Tracy?
One of the ways in which take the easy way. They take the path of least resistance. It's how it's done. Unfortunately. I'm going to talk about certain items of evidence. You can see this pattern. You can see how this happened. For example, the first items of evidence we see in the case, we heard from Christy Folman and we heard from Officer Hasselbecker. Okay. We also saw the ring cam video and Officer Hasselbecker's body camera video. And when I forget if he had one on when he came in here, but we got to see the body camera footage. And in all of that footage, one of the first things we see is Nick Frey's truck sitting in the driveway. All right. And Christy Folman and Officer Hasselbecker both told us about that they saw that as well. Christy Folman told that the GMC is not at the house. All right. Now, we know from Investigator Hoff's testimony that Jennifer Dazey was in Acadia and filled up the gas tank in the GMC station because he went.
There's nothing we can do about this, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Diane. There's nothing we can do about it.
Nick drops off the Acadia.
I'm going to look for another feed and let me see if it's better.
All right.
Doubt it.
Of the officers reporting what they heard. I think it was Investigator Crable reporting what he heard from Nick Frey was that Mr. Frey had then driven, at some point, drives out of Duke toward Cedar Rapids. A big deal of the fact that they followed him on the cameras as he drove out of Dubuque toward Cedar Rapids. Did you notice? They didn't ever confirm where he went in Cedar Rapids or that he ever arrived.
Nothing I can
Continued
do.
to watch the cameras. Came back.
Definitely is a microphone issue. We apologize.
Did that long?
Yeah, guys, this is all on the court's end.
Things about that whole scenario. To see a couple of clips of the ring camera footage. We were told that Nick stopped at the house and that there was there was ring camera footage from the front door of Nick exchanging vehicles.
This is frustrating for everybody.
We were told about it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to speak softly as to not blow your eardrums out. This is insane. Someone needs to let them know.
After he to Cedar Rapids or in the direction of Cedar Rapids.
But then again, do we care?
Go the places that he said that he was going to go, things that he said he was going to do? Or did he turn around and come right back? That seems like
You're getting a break, Diane.
in their closing argument, the state just said
Yep. If he was facing me, I could lip read part of it.
Tyler Dazey is left or right-handed. But we don't have that evidence, do we? It's not in evidence. It's not there. Officers talked to lots of people, including his brother and sister, according to Investigator Crable.
I know she is doing great. I really wish I could get the Jeopardy. That would be cool if I could have the Jeopardy music. We could all sing it together.
This is another item of evidence that's of significance. We talked a lot about the back door. All right. Christy Folman told that back door was pretty much never used. All right. But if you look, and Chad Stair, I'm sorry, I may have his first name wrong. In any event, Corporal Stair told us that those steps have clearly been walked on. And two investigators told us that it had just snowed quite a bit with several days. You can see the ring camera there in that picture up in the corner of the door. You saw other closer pictures. I'm not going to page around and show you that. What I would note to you is a couple of the door is locked. But that didn't lock the door when they left out the door. All that requires is a key. Now, that leads to some interesting word. The last knew, and this would have been at the time Kylie moved out, but the only keys were in the possession of Kylie and Jennifer. And then we heard from Investigator Hoff, when he's investigating at the time of the incident, that there is a dispute because Kylie has never returned the back door key. Did anyone ask Kylie about the back door key? Did anybody get the back door key from her? Does that seem like something that we know? And if you think about it, I believe it was Investigator Hoff testified that at some point later in the case, he actually gets a key.
You're out of frame.
Did you receive investigate? I forget what the question. Investigators talked about, and they showed us, there's actually a close-up picture in the evidence, and you can look at it, of that camera. It's a, right? Same brand, same, not the same type of camera, but the same system as the one on the front door. Investigators told you that they were able to get footage of the one on the front, but that they could not get any footage from the one on the back door. Now, the subpoena that they served on January 1st,
This is making for a very long
which not only would
closing
have covered the
argument.
date of the incident, but it also would have covered the time that the officers were out there taking this. Should have been footage. Investigator Hoff tried to tell you, he got up there for direct examination, and he tried 3 ways that could happen. Either was taken, somebody hadn't paid for that camera's footage to be saved, or nobody would, that there was nothing, since it's motion activated, there was nothing that triggered the motion sensor. On cross-examination, you will remember the judge was nice and allowed me to ask, I think, the first 4 questions of cross-examination, the kind of one attorney, one witness kind of thing. You probably noticed that as we went through it, but that was the one exception. I was allowed to ask 4 questions, and then Mr. Hoover took over the rest of the cross-examination. And what I asked him about was the Ring camera app. And he acknowledged that what he didn't tell you on direct examination was you can go into the Ring, you have access. Change. And he couldn't tell you who had access to those Ring cameras. Isn't that something that we should know? He talked about, one of the examples I used was, I used one from my own life and I asked him about it, but, you know, could I have the Ring camera app on my phone and my wife would have it and my daughter would have it? Which is in fact the situation. And he said, yes, if I share it with them, they would all have it. It would require me to share it with them, but then they would also have access to that app. And any of us could turn off that camera. Interestingly, because about finding her phone, all right, did anyone even check Jennifer's Ring app on her phone to determine whether or not it indicated that the camera had been turned off? Whether it was functioning, whether it was recording. Did anybody even check?
Hey, Diane, are you moving so close because it's hard to hear?
And I'm trying to keep an eye out so that I can get my hands up here.
Let me do this. I'm going to adjust this. I'm going to find, just give me a second. We're going to go here. I'm going to take me.
Hey, Diane.
Yeah.
Are you moving so close?
Be nice to know that, wouldn't it? Another example in the evidence was the DNA print. Remember about my neighbor who wanted to sniff and feel my grass? And one of the pieces of evidence that we talked about at that time was my neighbor's ID that was found. The question was whether or not, what was the significance, kinda. I asked, does it make a difference if fingerprints are on the ID? Does it make, if my neighbor's kind of correctly pointed out, well, no, it's the neighbor's ID. You'd expect to find their DNA and their fingerprints on it, right? In that little, you got to see, and you figured out the limitations of DNA and fingerprint evidence. All excited about DNA and all sorts of scientific, most of which is either completely fictional, yeah, in actual application. Predicted or is working. What we our case, we got to see the limitations on that type of evidence in great detail. We also got to see the way in which the necessary and fill those gaps. Minute. Do you remember item 7, first, the DNA report? That was the blood drop on the floor in the living room, the one that was down near the couch. 4 in the picture. You can go back and look at those pictures. But what was interesting about it, during off, told us that it was sent expert, and they got the report back, and that was Jennifer Dazey's blood. Remember that? And then, when they got up there on direct examination, mistake. I don't think she meant to say it, right? But my memory, at least, is, and maybe you caught it, she actually went so far as to say, in referring to item number 7, that was Jennifer Dazey's blood. And so you probably noticed on cross-examination, I got a little ridiculous with her. I went go way out there. He couldn't say DNA. They didn't test for that. Is there determine whether it was human or animal? They didn't test for that. And it might have seemed a little silly at the time, but remember they swabbed Tyler Dazey's nose and it tested positive. But I made her say he couldn't tell you that the DNA, that Tyler Dazey's DNA, blood, or that was Tyler Dazey's blood. She couldn't even say that was Tyler Dazey's blood. Why is that important? They didn't test for that. Any of the blood, any of the DNA. They didn't test for it. Does that seem like something we ought to know? We went through every item of evidence with the DNA expert. We talked about each of those items. Whether or not the DNA comes from the blood. You developed a DNA profile. Did it come from the blood or did it come from other sources of DNA? No, I cannot. Can you tell me, one exception, you tell me whether or not the blood came from a human or an animal? Could have performed that testing. You tell me whether I already said, but no. Yeah. Can you tell me whose blood that is? No. Can't tell you that. Didn't do that testing. Wanting. Didn't do that testing. Don't know that answer. And it really made for some interesting, if you look at the DNA evidence, it really made for some interesting, because it gave you their theory of the case. And they put Tyler Dazey in the shower washing off Jennifer Dazey's blood in their version. Did you get that? And they swabbed the tub in the shower. Really quite interesting was the one they did. Positive, the tub drain tested positive for blood. Don't know if it's human or animal. Did not find Jennifer Dazey's DNA. It wasn't there. But supposedly, DNA expert told me that blood is an excellent source of DNA. And it's not there. Oddly, the blade doesn't test positive for any blood. There's no DNA found on the blade of that hatchet. And apparently, there was no testing done to determine if the hatchet had been cleaned. We also have a fingerprint expert. That was some money. State called a fingerprint expert to tell you palm print, hatchet belonged to Tyler Dazey. Remember the driver's license that belonged to my neighbor? I don't know that it's terribly significant that Tyler Dazey's palm print is on a hatchet belonging to Tyler Dazey. It's significant that also on that hatchet at some point is Jennifer Dazey's DNA. I don't know. Know if Jennifer uses that hatchet. Certainly an object that's in her house where she's been living. But our DNA expert told us that it would not be unusual for somebody's DNA to be on objects or in they use or frequent. It's called touch DNA. You leave DNA when you touch things. It's your cells. It's the oil in your hand. It's all that fun stuff. Breath when I exhale, which was true. The expert did talk about signs of moisture in the print, but she admitted that that could be due to any number of possible causes, including sweat. One other thing she talked about really hasn't talked to you about, and they may attempt to now, but I'm sure they'd like to stay away from it, is the smudges in that palm print. Because the state's fingerprint expert admitted on cross-examination that caused by some using that hatchet after the print had been left. Basically, you leave a print on something and then somebody else touches that. And the spot where they touch it is then smudged or could be smudged. I believe one of the things she said was, especially if that person was wearing gloves. Investigator Rosenthal told us about the arrest of Tyler to the hospital and the subsequent attempt to interview him. You remember all that? He talked about Tyler's odd behavior. It was actually odd enough that instead of taking him to the law enforcement center for an interview, they actually all town. There talks about common sense. And one of the things that I was taught regarding speak louder than words. What is the fact that they took him to the hospital first? What is that saying to you? Did you catch the part where one or more staff up at the hospital in the behavioral health unit of the emergency room, as they were talking about it, was familiar with Tyler? That came out in Investigator Rosenthal's testimony on direct examination. The state elicited that. It was right there. Investigators talked about some of the things that happened up at the hospital and tried to imply that Tyler was just being difficult or obstructionist.
There's no sound right now.
Also told you about his
There it is. There it goes.
He told you about some of the things. And on cross-examination, we talked about a few more of the things that were said. Making a lot of sense. Investigator Rosenthal tried to make a big deal about Tyler's alleged last conversation with his mother. But as we brought out on cross-examination, Tyler didn't answer him. Was he talking real person conversation? Or was he talking about a conversation that they were supposedly telepathic as they exercise entanglement and no.
Adakay.
He actually talked at
Yeah.
that point about his mother practicing witchcraft.
We will.
So with Tyler,
I'll pick it up if it comes in.
Or talking entanglement or whatever. Investigator Rosenthal also talked about
Okay. We're gonna stay there. We're not gonna go back. I'm good with this. I'm so good with this. OMG, y'all. That I wonder if it's what's happening in the cyber world, if it's affecting them. Me no. Me no nada. Me no nothing. I don't know. Now I need to fix this again. Dagnabbit. Not what we want, y'all. We don't like these delays. Don't need to cover up the logos. Okay, so are they? I have no idea. I'm not a tech person. We'll see what's going on. Sidebar.
Think about that.
Oh, we're back.
About is that he told about a conversation that was happening between Tyler and his dead mother, who was really a mental conversation. Was the conversation that took place in the back of the squad car when Tyler was the only one in the squad car. Investigator Rosenthal also tried to emphasize Tyler telling him Tyler had seen the hatchet that morning. But according to Investigator Rosenthal's testimony, Tyler didn't tell him where he saw the hatchet, only seen the hatchet. Investigator picture that the state just of the hatchet, found it on the shelf above the toilet. And Tyler told Investigator Rosenthal that he had showered the night before and sometime that morning. Did he see the hatchet at some point in the bathroom? We don't know. I'm not going to talk about everything that was said during the attempted interview of Tyler Dazey. I'm simply going to remind you that Investigator Rosenthal told you that the whole interview was recorded. And I'll leave it at that. Do you remember Investigator Rosenthal's? He told you about how he tracked her on the traffic cameras around her Life 360 app. Remember that? Remember we talked early on in opening, we talked again, a little bit of least resistance about taking the easy way out. He after off at I think 10:30 until the next morning when she goes back to work, comes out of her house and she gets in a cab. In any event, all night. It was impressive. Get to the part where from the camera he was watching, as he did, he couldn't see any of the entrances or exits to that residence. And he told you that there were thousands of cameras downtown. Right? Actually, that there were over 1,000 cameras in was his exact testimony. In the day. They did no testimony that he did any her residence at any time overnight. As he admitted on cross-examination, only track the person.
This is making me so sleepy. I'm sorry, y'all.
And remember,
I apologize.
as they told us, there are no cameras on Avoca. Investigator Crable's testimony he talked about the interview with Kylie, and you got to watch a portion of that interview.
Down.
And he told you everyone deals with grief differently. But did her demeanor and attitude, the giggling and laughing, did that strike you as odd? Now the investigator in this situation will deal would suggest to you that this is a perfect example of what we're talking about, of taking the easy way, the path of least resistance. Because if Tyler wasn't, I wouldn't be the one talking to you about that video. They would be. Because Kylie is the next path of least resistance. She's the next usual suspect. And
I think she very well could be.
Because Nick is the next usual suspect. I can't prove that Kylie killed Jennifer Dazey beyond a reasonable doubt based upon the limited evidence that we have here. My point is that the state really hasn't ruled it out as a possibility. They basically pretended to do it. That for your benefit, but they didn't actually do that. It was just a show. The same can be said for Nick. I can't prove Frey killed Jennifer Dazey on a reasonable doubt, not based upon the evidence that we have, not based upon the evidence that's been presented by the state in this case. Likewise, it proved that Tyler Dazey killed Jennifer Dazey. Not based upon evidence presented in this case, not based upon what's come in during this trial. just did a murder.
Okay, guys, I apologize so very much. Nothing we can do about this. Um, well, I'll start a clock when we get going for jury deliberations. I'm gonna find one I can put on.
Usual suspects.
I think this has to do what's been going on. I apologize, and we're going to have to refresh.
That conclusion was the first 5 minutes of the investigation when they entered Tyler's bedroom, possibly even before that. They avoided questions, even some and actually support those conclusions. This isn't a. This is 4 pieces puzzle, and they want you to say not only that it's a cow, kind of cow, and what gender. Still missing 5 or 6 pieces with all the crucial information. Ladies and failed any of these alleged crimes. Please look at the evidence. Pay particular attention to what is missing. And then return a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Nelson, whenever you're ready.
First of all, there's an instruction that you need to look in there in that packet that says what we as attorneys say is not evidence. I gave you a whole lot of evidence. When I was up here talking, Mr. Blair gave you a big old mud ball against the wall. He's hoping something sticks. This was basically obfuscation. That's throw a whole bunch of static into this and try to picture something that it's not. He complains that it's everybody else's fault except Tyler Dazey's. First of all, inadequate police investigation. You all sat here, you heard from the investigators. There was an extensive investigation done on this case, and everything points to Tyler Dazey. Now, the next claim is somebody else did it. Oh, it was Nick or Kylie. Well, why aren't their palm prints on this hatchet? Pretty clear, this is the instrument that caused the death. Tyler's palm print is on the handle of that instrument. We heard evidence from experts, not from attorneys, experts that said how those palm prints can be on there, that there was water involved, either on the hand or on the handle. That's not Nick's or Kylie's handprint on there. The Ring camera was another thing. Who controlled that? Well, there was no code found for the phone. Nobody can look into Jennifer's phone to find out what was going on with that. It doesn't exist. It wasn't evidence. Again. Well,
The objection's noted. Go ahead, counsel.
You have to remember, use your notes, use your own memory as to what was or was not in evidence. That's something that was not available according to my memory. The Ring was contacted. They got evidence from them that said that there was no activity on that particular camera. There's all kinds of reasons why that would be. Maybe it wasn't paid for. Ring did not give that up. You have to pay an extra, what, $50 a month, I think was what was talked about. There's a lot of people have those cameras, decide it's not worth paying that kind of money, take it off. The lab tech, DNA, a lot of hay was made about, well, she doesn't test for blood. She tests for DNA. On occasion, she's going to test for blood, but in this particular case, she's swabbing. There was blood found on another test. She swabbed the stain, and on one of those stains on the handle, she was able to pull the DNA out of there. Okay, she doesn't go test whether it's animal blood or whether it's people blood. And during the course of that exchange, I asked the question, would you expect to find Jennifer Dazey's DNA in a drop of animal blood? Obviously not. We don't have to be experts to understand that. Experts talk in a whole different language than we do. When they say, I can't conclusively say that, what they can say is, well, I'm 99.9% sure, but I can't be absolutely conclusive. That's how they talk. Well, we can turn around and say here that, well, she can't be absolutely certain. Well, you see the difference. What the lab tech said was the DNA was found on the hatchet and it was swabbed from a blood stain. How could there be a blood stain on the hatchet if there had not been blood on the hatchet? Now, to talk about where it went, well, we're speculating more of the mud ball, hoping something sticks. I think we talked earlier about the video stuff. And I asked you early on, I said, some people are of the opinion in this day and age that if it's not on video, it didn't happen. Mr. Blair is pushing real hard for that. He wants you to believe that, well, if it wasn't on video, it didn't happen. This is a case where you're not going to have all kinds of video evidence. It's not available. This is old school. We have to go by all the evidence. You have to use common sense when you go through it. It's circumstantial evidence, and it all leads back to Tyler Dazey. Now, one of the big defenses in this case is Kylie did it. Well, Kylie lives across town. In order for her to do this, she'd have to slip away from her house. I mean, Investigator Rosenthal spent days going through traffic cameras, tracking her movements around town in order to eliminate her as a suspect. Days he spent digging through this stuff. In order for her to participate in this, to be part of this, she would have had to leave her house at the other end of town somewhere during the course of the night, through the back door, get out of a nice warm bed and get out into that cold air, and then sneak around through the alleys and through yards, and then get a hold of an Uber or a cab because she didn't have a driver's license and she didn't have a car. How was she going to get across town? Okay, she'd have to go through all that, get over to Avoca Street. She couldn't get dropped off right out front, so she'd have to be dropped off blocks away perhaps, and then work her way over there. There were no tracks in the backyard. You know, human tracks. She would have had to go up the driveway where she could have been seen. And then she would have had to enter the back door with a key that she may or may not have had. And then she would have had to go in, get a hold of her mom's phone or some phone, disable the camera, erase all the footage that was on that camera, and then go in there and sneak in to Tyler's bedroom, get the axe, the hatchet, out of his toolbox without waking him. And remember, Tyler said that he only slept about an hour the night before, an hour. So she would have to time that to get in there when he was sleeping during that 1 hour and get the hatchet out of the toolbox and take it out. She would have had to strip herself naked because there was going to be a lot of blood, and go in and commit this act and also kill the dog, and then go in and clean herself up, put the shower or put the hatchet up there in the shower, go get dressed. Then she'd have to sneak back into Tyler's room, lift up his right hand and get his palm print on the hatchet so she could put it back in the bathroom where it was found. Now, Tyler also said he last saw the hatchet that morning before police arrived. How could he see it that morning in his toolbox when it was actually over in the bathroom? You know, it was a nice try. Let's throw this whole story together, but it doesn't fit. What we got here is a whole lot of evidence that got presented, a lot of evidence. It all goes right to Tyler Dazey, all of it. We're not here to eliminate everybody in the state or everybody in the country. That's not the function of law enforcement or my office. We're here to gather the evidence, and we're here to prove that Tyler Dazey committed this crime. We have done that. We have presented all kinds of evidence, scientific evidence, investigative evidence, physical evidence. It's pretty clear what happened here. Circumstantial evidence. Tyler Dazey was the only living being in that house. The only one there, nobody else. Nobody came in the back door. Nobody was sneaking around through the night. It's just not there. Look at this evidence for what it is. Circumstantial evidence. It takes us right to where we have to be. Mr. Blair says this is not about milk cows. It is, folks. All the evidence is there. There might be one or two little pieces missing, but when you look at it, that milk cow is right there, plain to see for everybody. Tyler Dazey committed this act. It was a heinous act. There's no other way that anybody else could have done it. It was him. The evidence points to him. It confirms it. Find him guilty of murder in the first degree and animal abuse. Thank you.
Okay, if you folks want to turn your instructions back to number 33, we'll read the last four. Instruction number 33. During the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them and may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 34. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your cell phones must be turned off during deliberations. If the length of deliberation causes you to need to make a call regarding personal arrangements, such as childcare or other scheduling issues, you may make such calls when the jury takes a break and temporarily stops deliberations, but you must not discuss the case until after you have reached your verdict and I have released you from jury duty. Instruction number 35. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreman or forewoman. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Instruction number 36. I am giving you one verdict form. You will find only one verdict on each count. When you have agreed upon a unanimous verdict and the foreperson has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. This case is submitted to you this 19th day of July, 2024. Okay, just a few additional pieces of information, and then we will send you out for lunch and deliberations. First of all, we've indicated to you that the exhibits will be available to you. They will go back with you to the jury room for you to examine and look at. Make sure you don't alter, change, destroy them in any way. They need to come back to us in the same condition. All exhibits other than the hatchet will go back with you. If you want to see the hatchet, let the court attendant know that. In that case, one of the deputies will come back into the jury room to let you observe the hatchet. Please understand, while the deputy's in there, there shouldn't be discussion or deliberation about the case. You can look at the hatchet all you want, spend as much time as you need. When you're finished, tell the deputy thank you. He will leave again with the hatchet, and then you can start discussing the case. We do that because no one should know what your deliberations are and what you're discussing about this case, even the deputy who brings in a piece of evidence. I indicated to you about your phones. When you start deliberations, the court attendant will keep your cell phones. If you need to use your phone at some point in time, let the court attendant know that. She will let you use your phone. When you finished, you'll give it back to her and resume your deliberations. Deliberations can only happen when all of you are together. If someone needs to use their phone, use the restroom, step outside to smoke a cigarette, anything like that, deliberations about this case have to stop. You can only discuss the case when you're all in the same room talking about it. Throughout trial, I've been telling you about the admonition. This is the point now where part of the admonition changes. I had been saying, don't discuss this case with each other. Obviously, that changes. I had been saying, don't draw conclusions of any kind. Obviously, that changes. You still can't talk about it with anyone else. You still can't do anything to acquire any information outside of what you got through the trial process. Last thing is, there are 14 of you. By law, we have a jury of 12. We randomly selected who the alternates were going to be. Juror number 31 in the front, ma'am, you will be an alternate. And juror number 48 in the back, in the white shirt, you will also be an alternate. So that means when we're finished here and I excuse the jury, the two of you are released, entirely released from the admonition. You can talk to anybody about this case that you want, except the other 12 jurors. You can choose not to talk about the case if that's your choice. If you want to know what the verdict is, write your name and your phone number on your jury instruction packet and give that to the court attendant. After I take the verdict, I will call each of you if you would like to know and tell you what the verdict is, give you a chance to ask me questions or offer points that you have. If you don't want me to call you and you don't care what the verdict is, that's fine. Then don't give your packet with your cell number to the court attendant. Make sure it's clear. The two of you should not express any thoughts at all about this case to the other 12 jurors. When we're done here, if you have anything in the jury room, you'll go in and get it, and then you're free to leave. Go home, go back to work, whatever you need. We will not be calling you back in, and you're released, but just don't express any thoughts about the case, any opinions to the other 12 jurors. The 12 of you should not start talking about this case in any way until the two alternates have left. Okay, I should say, I think you all ordered lunch, and even for the two alternates, if you want to stick around out in the hall, not in the jury room with the other 12, and wait for your lunch and take your lunch, you're welcome to take your lunch on the state. If you don't care, you can take off and skip out on your lunch. All right, I have the verdict form. I am going to give this to the court attendant, and she will take you to the jury room at this time. Again, wait for the two alternates to gather their stuff and leave. If the two alternates don't have anything in the jury room, you're welcome to take off immediately. All right.
Okay, we're going to be in verdict watch. Miss Diane, if you want, I'll take you off.
Okay.
And I'm updating my thing. I'm going to leave you in the backstage. We don't know when they're going to come back.
Really interesting that the prosecutor, his mic was fine. The other fellow, let's guess.
Yep.
What do you think?
So I think that was interesting. I think it may have been the way he put it on, but you may stay, you may go.
Is
What?
This person Braxton?
Yeah.
I thought that was Braxton.
That is the one on trial.
Braxton's on trial. This picture?
Taylor. This is Taylor.
I know, but he looks like Braxton.
Yeah. Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to watch a few videos. You do not have to interpret because I think I can get captioning. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't want you to be overworked. So when you're ready. Okay. Let me see what happened. I think I was installing it. Open. Start. Okay. I have a deliberation timer going in the background. Let's see if I can. Nope, I can't. But I have a timer going. So we're good. We got a timer going.
All right.
Big. I'm gonna try and narrow it down a little bit. Okay. So I have this. We're gonna share this screen. Move it over here.
What is?
This is the sister.
Somebody said she was laughing. Was it you who said she was laughing?
Oh yeah, but listen to this. This sister is why do I not have sound on her? This is the sister. Oh, there it is. This is literally
to about
right after she found out her mother died.
time I was arrested. Obviously we made contacts, but it starts with me living with my mom. I was living with her, I was paying bills, we were fine, other than her starting physical fights, which is another story. The night before I moved, after searching for an apartment for so long, she looked at me and said, you know, me and your brother were talking and we thought it'd be funny. It only takes 2 signatures to put you in. Me not liking hearing that, I ask, why would you say that? That's not funny. She goes, well, you're the only one in the family not in the system. Right there, shows a little crazy. I end up moving on a Friday. I go back to my house, my old house, my mom's house, Monday. I have a story time. I was arrested. Obviously, we need contacts. To about not even 20 minutes later of being arrested, she called the cops saying I'm trespassing, I will not leave, and I slapped her foot. I have my rights read to me. I'm in jail for about 14 hours listening to a girl scream the whole night. I have court in the morning and I had to go to work. There was a no contact order set in place, so I could not go get my car. Luckily, my father and his girlfriend helped me. In the meantime of them getting my car, I was trying to find someone to cover my shift at work because my boss said, figure it out. It would have made it better if this was tea. The no contact order did last a few weeks and then got lifted. I am still fighting this case right now. I do have a simple domestic on my record for my mom saying that I slapped her foot, to about not even 20 minutes later being arrested. She called the
Okay.
cops saying I'm trespassing.
This stuff was all posted. I don't know, when was this posted, y'all?
Didn't
I'm so good at this. But this is the daughter that was smiling and laughing.
She doesn't seem to be upset that her mother's dead.
Well, I don't know exactly when that was posted, but I will say, y'all, she doesn't seem, what's the word I'm looking for?
Remorseful, Margie said.
Grieving.
Grieving. True. She doesn't.
Okay, so what were we going to watch on the Benefield? Somebody wanted me to watch it. Let's see what this is.
I know. Saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. We need the police before her mother and the little girl gets back from the park. I don't want them to find this. Yeah. You want me to go over and look at anything or just wait for the police? No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay? So they were in an argument? I don't know. She came in. She was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her and she shot him. They've been having trouble.
A Lakewood Ranch woman is behind bars tonight accused of killing her husband. The sheriff's office says Ashley Benefield claimed self-defense, but she is now charged with his murder. The deadly shooting happened in late September in the 13,000 block of White Rock Terrace.
Walk there, honey. Come on. I know.
Okay. Wow. Now the girl's video was actually posted on 12/3 of 23. So that was before Mama passed. But it does show her type of behavior and character. Okay, y'all. Well, I'm going to do this. It is 12 o'clock my time, 12:02, 1:02 for some of you. We are going to take about a 15 to 30-minute break. We're going to go get something to eat. I will leave the court feed on and be monitoring for a verdict.
What are you going
And then,
to feed me?
huh?
What are you going to feed me? You said
I'm not
we're going
feeding you.
to eat.
You live too far away. I can feed you by pigeon, but it'd take you about a week to get to you.
Tis true. Tis true. Pigeons ain't gonna help.
So I'm got some hamburger patties back there that I'm going to season and eat. I'm trying to stay off the carbs.
My ex just said,
Sneaky Side said she sent you coffee yesterday, Miss Diane.
She did.
Let me go
Tell
look.
her I thank her very much. I love her much. I have not got that site set up because I was like, what?
Well, I have mine set up, so it'll go to her. It
right.
automatically goes to her. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Sneaky Side.
Thank you.
So, as soon as they send me the money, I will Venmo it to you.
All right. Deluxe.
So, you guys, please bless Miss Diane. She is not charging us for this.
I will take all of your blessings and bless you back.
Yep. So, I'm going to put this up. Diane, be back here in about I'll give whatever time you want. 30. Just keep an eye on the thing.
Well,
If you see me hop on, say we have verdict, you can hop on, or you don't have to.
Do you know there used to be a program, Have Gun Will Travel, with Paladin?
What?
There used to be a program called Have Gun Will Travel, and Paladin was the man's name. I was about 5 or 6. You might have been just a twinkle in your mommy or daddy's eye.
Wasn't even that.
Yeah.
Love you.
All right.
Love you.
See you later.
Yeah, I was a twinkle.
Mhm.
All right, baby. We'll see y'all in a minute.
All right.
Y'all have a good one. We'll be back. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'll put on music.
Jeff Bezos still. He's never. I don't think the guy is close. All right.
What you doing? We're live again.
Look at. I
got my food cooking. Got the trash together.
Oh, you're just so good.
Yeah.
I was just looking at pictures, making my heart happy.
Oh.
Don't take much.
Oh, let me see if we can find some fun stuff to watch. Clint Eastwood's companion, Christina Sanders, passed away at 61. Wow. Yeah, I figured you just woke up, Braxton. All hell broke loose today across the world, and you're an IT, and you just woke up. Braxton Doll, I'm just giving a hard time. You were up late with me. Oh, yes. You did know there was a cyber breakdown? Holy, Miss Kevin, tell him what happened since your husband is a IT guy. Put it in their language. Put it in their language. Oh, I'm going to see if I can grab more stuff. Oh, this is interesting. The most popular food in the year you were born.
Who knows? I don't. 1955. Who knows?
Sugar cream pie for me.
That's why you're such a sugar baby.
Yeah. I like buttermilk pies, believe it or not.
I've never had that.
Well, the buttermilk pie is good, but what I like and what I did, my own recipe, I made a German chocolate buttermilk pie.
I am looking at a video. 2 kids in Colorado were surprised when an unexpected player joined them in a game of soccer. It's an elk. Really?
Oh my God, that's cool.
Happened to go up there, and so they're throwing it back up there to him, and he's chasing it and kicking it back. How
oh my gosh.
Funny. I'll share it.
Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah, Adakay, send. Oh, he likes that ball. This is 3 times he's kicked it back, and there's another one up there watching. How funny. Oh.
Let me get it. It's coming in.
Yep.
I'm going to share this.
Sure.
Volume. Oh, no. I'm biggin'. Let me get it on scene. Oops. I don't want you up there. It's not doing what I want it to do. Give me a second. How do I get rid of this? There's the X. Come on, X out. X out. I guess I got him big in it. Exit out. Then I can do this. Okay. Refresh. Here we go. Here we go. Can y'all see it? He kicked it back down. Look at the kid. That is so cute.
This here, you got to see it, Mark.
This is so cute.
The ball went up there. No, it's an elk. Okay, what is it doing?
A youngin.
You see that? What?
That is so cute. Oh my gosh.
It's like, I'm going to play. I'm going to play.
Oh, that is too stinking cute.
It reminds
That
me
is
of
cute.
you see the horses playing with balls. And we have one of a donkey that squeaks a duck or something. He just goes berserk with that duck. That's good.
That's cute. That's
Yeah.
cute.
It really is.
I could give a beading class. Start beading. I'm so far behind.
Oh, it's not like that. I know, it's true.
I haven't heard about the Hulk Hogan in like 50 years, and he was at the Republican thing. I won't go into details about, I'm not going to go politics, but he was in the, he introduced Trump. Interesting choice.
You want to hear something interesting?
Yeah.
I was reading this. The late, great Dr. E.V. Hill was once, this is a black man, and he was once asked if he thought Jesus was Caucasian as depicted in paintings. And here's his reply. Well, I don't know anything about a white Jesus. I know about Christ and a Savior named Jesus. I don't know what color he is. He was born in the brown Middle East and he fled to black Africa and he was in heaven before the gospel got to white Europe. So I don't know what color he is. I do know one thing. If you bow at the altar with color on your mind, you will get up with color on your mind. Go back again and keep going back until you no longer look at his color, but look at his greatness and his power to save.
Oh, that's awesome.
Man, that's great.
Cool. That is cool.
That is kind of like when people go, Baptists aren't going to heaven, Presbyterians aren't going to heaven, yada, yada, yada. You know, it's like, well, if you look that way, you might have an issue getting to heaven.
Braxton, I know he came home about an hour ago to sleep and he's going to have to go back tonight. Okay, so yeah. Braxton, I think you need to start your own business. You're good. You should get paid without all the time you put into things and everything. Yeah, I think you could start your own business. Y'all, he's fabulous. I'm going to give him a shout out. If you have computer issues, not sound. He can't handle sound. Love you, Braxton. You said it, not me. But anyway, if you have computer issues, you need to get a hold of Braxton. What, Matt? And that is?
What did Walter say? You told him.
That is what? Let me know.
Told him it was me. Well,
Matt, my son didn't know if I left the oven on or if I'm actually cooking. I'm like, I'm actually cooking.
Margie asks me that all the time.
What?
Margie asks me that all the time.
Yeah. Braxton, you want to hop on? You're more than welcome to.
I was looking for something and I don't remember what I was looking for.
The link is in our private chat there, dude. You want to hop on? There's no obligation, but it's there if you want to. Okay, so the poll, 62% think we're going to get it within, all right, 19% say less than 1 hour.
That's about what I think.
Between up to 1 to 2 hours, 62%, 12% 3 to 4 hours, and 6% say 4+ hours. Let's see. Hey, I want to know. Ooh, I'm going to Google this. What is the shortest jury in U.S.
Gosh,
history?
this cat looks like Henry. But it's not. It looks like him.
I'm looking for the shortest length of juris. 4 minutes. Mind blowing. 4 minutes. I know they got a lot of papers to read.
This is under a Maine Coon. Looks like Henry though. Just like
4 minutes, y'all. Insane. Hi, Miss Margie. I see an elbow. Oh, she's not doing it. There she goes. I told Diane she needs to get you up here and get you signing.
I keep trying. I keep trying. I have forgot what I was up here looking for.
Okay, so 4 hours is the shortest deliberation. Let's see what the longest. 55 days. Oh,
5 days? I don't think so.
The longest jury deliberation in history. Official statistics aren't kept in jury deliberations, but in 2003, the jury in the Oakland, California, deliberated for 55 days before acquitting 3 police officers accused of assaulting and falsely arresting a resident.
Wow.
How can they keep going for 55 days? That's basically a hung jury.
Well, those people, I hope they had another form of finance.
Well, I don't know, but the young thug trial is in like, what is it, month 9, 10 months? And now they're getting their 3rd judge. And they're nowhere near done. They say it's going to be early next year before this goes to jury. They don't pay the jury enough to live on to do that.
That's what I know.
How in the world have they not gone through all of their jurors for that long? Now, state paid employees, they're fine. They get paid minimum wage, I think. Yeah, it was like 2 hours or less for Murdaugh.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it's crazy. 4 minutes to 55 days. That's a lot of deliberating.
A lot of deliberating.
Gosh almighty.
Really?
I think we lost Braxton.
Somebody said if God can guide a stone, he can redirect the bullet. Talking about David and Trump.
Yep. Yep. I saw a chart where somebody did a digital scan and showed from a top view while Trump was talking where the target would have been, and had he not turned the instant that he did, he even said last night he wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
Some people are, we got to be careful what we say because where we are, but.
Sure. But,
Oh, really? Which one? Because I just did a TikTok. Send me the link in private chat. Send me the link.
I
I don't want to leave. Stop asking if I want to leave. No, I don't want to leave. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with her, but I don't see much of anything about Tyler. You don't see much about him.
What?
Kylie, you do. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. I think we all kind of got the same opinion.
Is she what? Yeah, she's in the office there. Mhm.
Who, me?
Yeah, she asked me, were you not working for your son anymore? And I said, oh, yeah, you are.
Sort of.
Sort of. I like that. Sort of.
But I was at a thrift store and they don't care. Oh, yeah, we did. We watched it. You were sleeping, Braxton. You were sleeping. There's actually two of them up together. But at a little thrift store place, don't really have books in that place, but they had a book, and it was a about 2 inches, huge, thick book. But our kids don't really know what books are anymore. Mine do. They like books.
I used to have to use an encyclopedia.
I know, right? That's the only way we learned. But anyway, it was a book on disabilities and all the kind of disabilities and all the diagnostics and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty cool. Oh, there goes my hearing aid. There goes the hearing aid. That's another thing people don't know about the struggles with someone like me.
Yeah.
I have the biggest of hearing aid batteries on the market. And I go through about one every day and a half, a battery a day and a half, because I'm Bluetoothing and streaming everything. My phone is always connected, the TVs,
Keep your receipt.
radio in the car, everything connected via Bluetooth.
Keep
And
your
it
receipt.
sucks the battery. And these aren't cheap.
I know. Keep your receipts. You take them off on your.
They's getting more and more expensive and harder to find.
Oh, yeah.
Batteries are getting much harder to find. Oh, okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I need to get my ears reconnected. Because I had to change a battery. It disconnects me. The legendary Kansas City chief running back has passed away. Which one was it? Former Pro Bowl running back. Oh, Abner Haynes, 86. I remember him. I remember him. Why is it not close? Why do I have a low battery? That's there we go. No, we don't. There we
Yes,
go.
we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. No, we don't.
Well, it takes a second to connect, and then it connects to one ear and then to the other ear. Crazy.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Is what it is. I'm going to. My iPad is almost dead. I can't keep juice on the iPad. I need to get another cord in here. Depending, I don't know if I'm going to do it today or not, depending. We're going to be live tonight again with Rob and Ian. Runkle of the baby and Runkle of the baby. Runkle of the Bailey. And also lawn lumber. So, yay. Yeah. And Miss Diane's going to come on and help me as long as she can.
Yep. As long as we're off and on and we're switching back and forth, she'll be able to be there the whole time.
Till 2 a.m.?
Yeah, no problem. It's when you have to do it all by your lonesome.
I know.
Yep.
I'm trying to find some stories. Hey, if y'all have anything you want us to watch, pop it up. I'll grab it.
Well.
Yeah, I love it. Famous people you didn't know share Marilyn Monroe's gravesite. I'm like, really? Oh, come on. Let's find something fun. Oh my gosh. There's so much on the royal family right now. Oh, Braxton! Whoop, whoop. Sorry, I was off on another page.
How's it going?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm awake.
Barely?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's talk about why don't you start your own business?
It's not a bad idea. And honestly, that's the plan down the road. So
maybe the plan down the road needs to maybe the plan for today.
Yeah.
You don't sound very confident.
Question. Braxton.
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to add another monitor to my computer?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I'm sure I've got one in storage somewhere.
Well, first of all, what kind of computer do you have?
I have a Mac.
Okay. How old is it?
How old is this Mac? About 2 years, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good.
Let me look here about this Mac. Well, it says it's a 219, but I didn't get it in 219.
Yeah, that's the model. Yeah. You're good.
It's a model. Yeah, it's a Retina 4K 21.5 inch, 3.6 gigahertz quad core Intel Core 13. Memory 8 gigabytes.
Nice. Yeah.
Sonoma 14.5.
Let me send you the cable you'll need to get.
I may have it, believe me, but
you may. If you don't, I'll send Ada the cord you might need.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to watch this in a second. Y'all, I got something to watch. We're going to share screen. This is your daughter, correct, Miss Kevin? Okay, y'all. We're going to watch this. This is Miss Kevin's daughter hearing for the first time. Diane, you got to see this.
Okay.
Y'all ready?
Well, let me pull you up here. Find you. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Who's
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you
Just go.
No. Okay. Naomi.
Naomi has a cochlear.
Naomi, hi.
Oh, she is beautiful.
I'm here. Up, Naomi.
Who's baby?
Oh. Hi, pretty girl. Naomi, do you hear anything? Naomi. Yeah, get those teeth. Yummy. Oh yes,
Hi,
you
pretty
happy?
girl. Up. There's still there.
Naomi.
First heard it.
Naomi. Can you hear Mama?
Definitely slow down a little bit. We're thinking about it. Up. You making noise too?
Whoa. You hear that?
Good job. Look at that.
Can you clap? Clap.
Yeah.
Yay!
Good job. Little blink that time.
Why is the sound going in and out? Is it me?
It's like, wait, I heard that.
Is the sound going in and out, or is it just me?
Yeah.
It sounds
Can you
good.
say again, please? That's again.
No one's there. Okay. You looking for an escape route? Yeah, I know. That's
Like,
fair.
I want out of this
That's
chair.
fair. There's something else to play with. Yeah.
She's like, well, hang on
A
now.
couple blocks.
Oh, bless you.
Bless you. What's that?
Whoa, did you hear that? You got an elephant?
I would like to put our hearing aid on the other side and just make sure we're okay with this level. Both on. Hi, yeah, I'm gonna mess with this ear. Hello.
So she has it on both ears?
You grown since your ear hole?
She got it 2 weeks ago, so I hope not.
Bless you.
So this is Braxton. This is your daughter?
Good morning.
No, Miss Kevin.
Miss Kevin's your daughter. Oh, she's
Ears.
beautiful.
Good morning. What have you done?
Yeah, she's like, what? Yeah, that's a little bit. You're a little bit more
She
worried
says
about
whatever
it.
I want.
Is that too much? Are you frozen?
Are you okay, honey?
What's going on in that little brain?
Hello.
Good job.
You're listening.
That's a lot with 2 ears.
Yeah. You're listening. Do you hear Mama? You do? Good job. Hada. Yeah. Can you say Ella? Ella? Mama, I'm right here.
Are you Ella? Good job. All right, I think this is a good starting place here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn that off for a minute. Stack them up, and then I'm gonna come back.
Wow. Oh, that is so precious and so special. Oh my gosh. I don't want to cry. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know you were right there. Oh, people have asked me why I don't get a cochlear implant. They're not for everybody,
No.
but because I have intracranial hypertension and other things, I would not be a good candidate. So I will not be able to get one. So when the hearing aids don't help me anymore, I'm out. That's it. No more. No mas.
Well, let's just keep saying that the hearing aids will work.
Let's just keep saying I get a miracle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'm believing in a miracle. But
God's
that was
really-
so precious.
God's really good at that. He really is.
Okay.
Braxton, you need to see the soccer game.
What soccer game?
Oh,
Oh, with the
Diane.
elk.
Yeah.
The elk.
I've seen that a few days ago. I loved it.
Isn't that great?
So great.
You know, I want to talk about this trial, but there really isn't much to talk about.
I have missed literally all of it. Like
There is. I'm sorry. I can't believe he was guilty within the first within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That refused to go to his own trial? Really?
Yeah, he's not I don't know if he's there today, but he hasn't been there.
So, did Witchcraft ever come back?
They talked about it in the closing argument. That's all. The state did.
In his mind, he believed she was casting spells sitting on her bed. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. But what's more interesting is the sister's response. The moment she's sitting in the patrol car and they tell her her mother's deceased, she's smiling.
I know.
Now, I know. Okay. I have a little story. My grandparents, my dad's mother and father, now my dad's deceased, but back in 1997, I was 26 years old. I got a phone call that both my parents were involved in a head on with an 18-wheeler in the middle of one of the worst ice storms in the state of Texas. They did not survive. In fact, when people got to them, they were holding hands. And my father was and my mother were in a place in Texas called Canton, where they had this massive, well-known, internationally known garage sale marketplace. It's like 8 to 10 football fields, huge, massive.
Wow.
They were shopping. Now, they didn't have cell phones back then. I had them, but they didn't. And I couldn't reach them. So for 8 hours, I'm sitting here grieving and crying, and I'm upset. I'm hysterical. And they get home, so I have to call them. And my mom answered, and I said, I need to talk to Dad. And she goes, no, what's wrong? And I said, I need to talk to Dad. She demanded I tell her. So I told her Grandma and Grandpa were in a bad car accident and didn't make it. And she thought I was being mean and pulling a bad joke. And I wasn't. She dropped the phone hysterical. So I call my dad picks it up and he giggled and laughed and he goes, funny joke. Now, but within seconds, he realized what I was saying.
With no joke.
It's no joke. It's real. We're doing this. This woman, that didn't happen. So I say, go over here, please. Thank you, baby. Oh, you want to come here?
I don't want to say she was happy that it happened, but it sure looked like it.
She very well could have been. I don't know if there was any will or anything that would have benefited her, but then she gets on the phone and calls somebody and she's not emotional. She goes, yep, I'm here,
right?
And then she gets in the car. Now, I understand some people can react that way, very matter of fact, but there's a breaking point. And when you're sitting, the police department in an interview room is usually when that breaking point hits. And it didn't. And she's laughing and she's just like she's on this video. And in fact, she wanted information on this case and say, go lay down. She knows her mother is deceased and all she's cared about, well, is this going to be dropped? I'm like,
wow.
And the thing is, and I've just heard people say that she has never showed any grief. Now, some people grieve privately, but they're not smiling and rejoicing. They're more stoic.
Yeah.
Quiet, maybe. We can joke about some of the things my dad did. We can tell stories and laugh a little bit. That's one thing. But what she was doing? Something just wrong.
Yeah, no, she was happy. Like, there's no other. There wasn't even indifference. It wasn't indifference. She was gleeful the entire time. Like, just happy, bubbly. To me, that's a kid that's a child. That's someone's kid that really does not care that happened.
Well, there's no explaining some people.
I think the fact that there's a possibility he thought she was doing witchcraft is... I think that he might be... Do you think that he was all there? That's my question. No. Okay. Yeah.
And in fact, some of the people who know the family, which I'm sure we're going to hear some people when he's found guilty for the sentencing phase, talk about how wonderful he was or whatever. But yeah, no, I would not be surprised if she herself has some.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Y'all keep talking. I forgot about my hamburger.
Oh no.
You better go check it.
Oh.
Oh. Oh dear. Birds.
No, it's not bird. It's just
I love her background.
You what?
I love her background.
Oh yeah. Hey, like mine, isn't it just stoic?
You know what? It works. It's good.
Yeah. I bought this from a lady that used to do weddings, and she had to do a wedding that was, how did she tell me? She used this to show planets on, because it was out of this world wedding kind of thing.
All right.
And so that's why she had this, and she sold it, and she sold the curtains because there's 4 panels and there's the frame it's on. And I think I got it all for like $70. The frame was more expensive, but it definitely solves my problem because I had to do something, and I have my blue thing over my window doubled, which cuts my light from my window in here, which does really well.
Nice.
So I was like, okay.
Yeah, I've got my green screen behind me.
It is close.
Yeah,
I like
you can see right there, there's a little
glare.
gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just hanging from my ceiling.
Just coming through.
Yes, exactly.
That's what you would tell people. It's just a light of justice. Okay, come on, get back down here. I need to undo you guys. I was going through some pictures, developing a new catalog or album. So I get tired of searching for specific things. So I'll be able to find them.
Nice.
I am trying a different light. That looks good, doesn't it?
That looks really good.
Yeah.
Let's change lights and see which looks better. How about that?
It's a lot bluer.
How do you like
both of them?
The light
That's both.
Both of them work.
Through. Gee, isn't it?
I'm bringing the warmth down just a tad.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's too cool now. How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah, and it's not so harsh on my background.
Yeah.
You can still get background. Wow. I'm going to pop me up and see. Yeah, I like that. It's not too yellow, not too blue.
Yeah.
Any way to make my background just anything?
Court TV? Is that really Court TV?
Are we really back?
No.
No, they say we like the changing light in the back.
Oh, hold on, Diane. Is this really Court
Yes,
TV?
it is. Hello, Court TV. How are you?
Hello. Oh my gosh, Court TV. Thank you for hopping on. Oh my gosh. Well, as you can tell, we're interpreting your lives.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I would love to partner with you. That would be awesome.
Trial TV Live is in chat too.
Wow. Our goal is to provide interpreting for the deaf because no one else is doing that. So during our lives, I am a interpreter, but this beautiful woman here, Miss Diane, who's on her phone, is a me is a 30-year interpreter, and I'm deaf without my hearing aid. And
I started when I was a baby.
Yeah. And we are trying to provide live court to the deaf community and hard of hearing. So we use your streams a lot. And this is my tech guru, Braxton. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
I do have to say, I'm a massive fan of the fan.
Yes, massive fan of the fan.
Yes.
Diane, I don't know if you remember. And the fire alarm, people missed out on the fire alarm. The fire alarm had a relationship with the fan, but it was long distance.
Well, not sure I know. I'm a little confused.
It's okay. So, Court TV, reach out to us if you ever want interpretation. We'd love to work with you. Oh, well, we thank you. We thank you. We would love to partner with you. One thing is that most people don't realize is that deaf people are left out. You do want to interpret. It's hard for me to talk interpret at the same time. Deaf people are left out of a lot of this stuff because closed captioning sucks. It doesn't adequately and interpret or the transliterate. The other thing with captioning is if a deaf person looks down for whatever reason to take notes, whatever, they lose all that information. So what's nice about having an interpreter is they're slightly delayed so they don't miss it. And we're just really trying to reach the deaf community. They have had lack of access to so much for so long. So welcome, Court TV. You have blessed me. You've made my day. And thank you for what you're doing, because I can't do it without your feeds. So thank you so much for what y'all do. Y'all are awesome. Awesome sauce. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yes, the fan is famous. Oh, well, we appreciate you. So you know where we are. My contacts is in the description. Reach out to me if you ever need a Miss Diane. Now, there are a lot of people who are hard of hearing who would love to know that this resource is here. I don't know until a few days ago. Didn't know. Yeah. And we are a new channel. I've only been doing this a few months. Karen Reed was my first big trial. Gosh, what a trial to start on. And then we are going to be, of course, following the Black Swan next. That will be our next trial.
Which one?
Black Swan. She's a ballerina who is accused of murdering her husband. So, yep. But anyway, we're doing a verdict watch. We're waiting for this verdict to come in. We just hit 1 hour and 35 minutes. So 16% of us were wrong. Oh my gosh. Huh? We're kind of hanging out here right now.
Right.
So what's going on with you, Brax?
Oh, not much. I've actually probably got to run here in a second.
No,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
you're so loved. You should know
Thank
that.
you.
We had an echo again this morning.
No.
Place. Yep. I switched it to stereo and it seems fine. And then I went into the mic settings and did the mix minus. Even though I already had it, I undid it and did it again.
I'll do some research in the background and see what I can find on it.
We may not have any more trouble. I may have
Yeah.
fixed it, but we'll see.
We can just hope, right?
Yep. We are going to do that. So let's go. Are you going to be gone the rest of the day?
Probably not the rest of the day. I don't have many plans, but I've got some stuff I got to get done.
Okay, no problem. So hop off or whenever you want. No big deal. Yes, we need to look into those. Let me get back over there and see if I can get it up. Oh, subscriptions. We so let's see what they have on the Black Swan. We have that's 4 hours and 55 minutes. Oh no, we're not going to do that. We watched a short on the Black Swan. What are you talking about? Y'all might want to send me a link. If you say somebody has something that you want to watch, find it, send the link so I know what to pull up. Because we've already played. Yeah, that's all I've got. So just let me know.
All right. I'm going to head off. It was
All
great
right, bye,
seeing
love.
everyone. It was great seeing Court TV in chat. I might be on later.
Is that normal?
You know, it's happened in a few other people's chats. It's just so awesome. It is so cool. So
that's awesome. All right.
Have a good one.
Don't forget about the cord.
I got it. I'll send it to you later.
Okay.
Bye, hun. Diane. Yeah, we're not being all inclusive. I wish you could see this. I think my puppers needs to go to the ladies' room. So I'm going to get the feed up for the verdict watch. And I'm going to take puppers to the ladies' room. Y'all don't sneak out of here. I'm going to take her to ladies' room and then we will be right back, y'all. Okay?
What?
Ooh. Come on, baby girl. Let's go. The biggest online news station pop on my life. Okay. Freaking amazing. Sensei, you gotta go potty. Come on, let's go potty. Sensei, come on, go potty. Come on, potty. Mama, good girl. Come on, baby. Come on. No movement, huh? No sound. There you are. Well, yes, but I'm so small. How in the world did they even know? I mean, that's. Yeah. I have two, but it was nice.
Oh, I know. It's totally just washes me out when I'm this close.
Wow. And do you know what? We're not streaming court TV right now.
How about that?
I almost overcooked my meat.
You did? Well, that's not good.
Well, now my daddy, God rest his soul, he would not eat anything, and he would tell them, meat has to be cooked to where you think it's just starting to burn. It's perfect for me.
Oh, not me, honey. I like my steak. Whenever I go out to eat, if I order steak, I will order it so that
You're
it's.
cutting in and out.
I don't know why.
It may be my hearing aids. Let me get back on the mainstream. Okay, go ahead.
When I go out to eat, if I
Mhm.
get steak, I'll usually order it about medium rare, more toward medium rare than medium well,
Mhm.
because I'll eat around the edges of it, and that's
Mhm.
what's done enough. And then in the center, because I never eat the whole thing, I'll take it home, because then when I heat it in the microwave, it cooks the rest of it just right. Because there's nothing I dislike more than a steak that's just cooked to death. It's miserable. Miserable. Okay.
Mhm. Diane,
Me?
look.
I see you.
Say what? Interpret.
Oh, okay.
No.
Voice for you? Okay, hold on a minute. One thing about death and signing is that when you're chewing, you can still talk. That's very true. One of the noisiest places you will ever go is a deaf cafeteria with kids in school. Because they are banging on tables, they are woo woo, they are stomping their feet to get the attention of kids around them. And it's extremely noisy. So, and that's what I'm saying, and I'm sticking to it. That's what they say.
That's a misconception, and people don't understand. Deaf people are loud.
Oh, that's very loud. Very, very loud. You know, Margie goes, they got nothing to filter. They can't hear anything.
And when they get excited,
Yeah, really.
I have to keep reminding my friends and family that
There.
they say you're loud all the time. Well, I don't hear myself.
Yeah. Legal terminology.
My daughter goes, "You think you're whispering? You're not. Everybody can hear you." I'm like, shoot.
Yeah.
I've been told don't try to whisper.
It don't work?
I can't tell if I'm whispering or not.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I had asked my son if that ain't working. Let me get rid of that. If I could borrow $20, and he said yes, and I had called him over to me and whispered it in his ear, of course. Yeah, my granddaughter sitting over in the chair goes, "You want to borrow $20 from Daddy?" I'm like, well, I don't whisper very well, do I?
I guess not.
Guess not.
Well, y'all, it's crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy.
I shall be right back.
Okay.
Marge, call me if she says they're coming on.
Oh, yeah.
I will. Now I have to
Okay. I'm muting her. Wow, that was pretty amazing. That court TV even came in our feed. I mean, I don't even have 2,000 viewers yet. By the way, we are at, what are we at right now, mods? I think we're at like 1,965. I would love to be at 2,000 soon. Okay, good. I'm going to Discord. We are at 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 35 seconds. I know we're very close. I hope to one day get up to where RA and Rob and all of them are. And then we'll look back next day going, do you remember when? July of 2024 is a record-breaking month for me. We started on the 30th of June, 31st of June, somewhere in there, with less than 150 subscriptions, and I thought that was great. And now we're pushing 2,000. Amazing. Hey, Kay the Scholar, how are you? Welcome. Sorry, I had to get some nerve. Uh-oh, y'all got to see this. Miss Diane has a little here, kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, kitty on screen. We are in verdict watch for the mom witchcraft murder trial. Oh, come here, Sensei, please. Please. We are here for that. Are you okay, baby? Oh, we got stickers. What's that? It is Taylor Dazey, Dazey, is on trial for ending the life of his mother and her beloved pet. Place. You're going to do that. You're going to scoot up. There we go. So we are waiting for verdict. Oh, I thought I had this going. Oh, it's to charge. And Rip Echo? Rest in peace, Echo. Oh. Yeah, she was up on the screen. I popped her up. Yeah, get away. Wait. Scoot. The dog. Oh, yes. Sorry. I'm sorry. My brain is else. I'm thinking about my own problem with that. Yes, the poor puppers. Rest in peace. And we just had Court TV hop in our feed. They are awesome. If you guys, some of you, I can get rid of that banner. We're in Verdict Watch. We have just got fully monetized. I'm so excited. Like I said, July has been a huge month for us. I got my mods, got my mod tech, got my mod boss. I got everything in July. I'm a little overwhelmed just thinking at it. Just thinking about it. What's going on? Rumor has it that Trooper Proctor is no trooper anymore yesterday. Rumor has it. Can anyone confirm that, mods? Do we have anything to confirm? That would be good. That would be good. If we can confirm that. I'm looking up news. We're close. We got more subs. We got one more sub. We got more sub. Really hope we get to the 2,000 by next week.
What I got stuffing.
What y'all don't realize is, or some of you may not know, you may join us tonight. We will be airing Runkle of the Bailey and Rob's live stream, but we're going to be interpreting it in ASL for tonight. So you may join us and support that. By the way, Miss Diane, your kitty made a debut. Kitty made a debut.
Was it the little black and white one? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's Henrietta. She has a desire to be famous.
Yeah, I can tell.
She does.
It was mostly her back and her backside.
I am eating.
I know, I'm bad.
We got collards and green beans and stuffing.
Collards?
Collards. I love collards. You don't like collards?
No, ma'am.
Margie goes, bleh!
No, we don't like collard green. Collard greens, collards.
Love it.
I don't even like kale. No, I take it back. Friend of mine, I was over at her house for dinner, and she fixed kale, and it was cooked like a stew or in a soup type thing. Oh my gosh, it was so good.
I would like to know her recipe.
Oh man. Well, this weekend's going to be full for me. We've got somebody coming in on Sunday. Saturday I work. I rearrange my office. I got to move all of this around, unplug everything, replug it back in. I'm literally going to move everything in the hallway, vacuum out the rug, and rearrange.
But
I like
any of that. You got to send me a charger.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't. I can't get to the PO's office yet. I like having the desk set up like this because I have armrests.
Mhm.
However, it's going to change because I don't feel like I can access what I need. So we're going to, well, computer wise, I have some cables that are just too short, some are super long. So we're going to redo everything and get everything back in order. Is my sound okay or is it hot?
No, you're fine. I don't think you're hot.
I know I'm hot.
Oh, I know I'm hot, but
Just so hot.
They rub me
Yeah.
colors. They keep me hot. Get me hotter.
Yeah, I am going to go to and see what is going on. What are people talking about? Oh my gosh, this was so crazy. This was crazy funny. This was funny.
We're trying to get in a window upside down.
Uh-huh. Ah! Can't show that.
They lose their britches?
They lost their top.
Oh.
Literally, like.
That's like rain. Will.
I just subbed from my other account. I'm hoping you. Oh, thank you so much. I subbed from multiple accounts on YouTube, darling. Really trying to get you up there too. Really need to get you guys up there. I'm still, y'all are amazing and awesome. I like what you're doing. So, let me look at my notifications. I'm trying to find something, y'all.
I'm sure it's in there. You keep looking, you'll find it.
Well, I'm trying to. Can y'all hear the music?
Mm-mm. Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Come on.
Oh. My son got the doorbell. We're good. Are you getting your kitty?
Yes. This one. This one. This is your
That be the one.
This will be the one. Give y'all the mod.
Breaking news. Oh, this is breaking news. Breaking news.
Oh. Excuse me.
Breaking news.
Y'all ready for this? President Joe Biden has reportedly agreed to step down from the Democratic nominee for President of the United States as early as this weekend. Sources tell political analyst Mark Halperin Biden will also reportedly endure an open conversation, not VIP Kamala Harris. I mean, he will endorse the open convention, but not VIP Kamala Harris. He's not going to endorse her.
Well, that is definitely breaking news.
Biden may find the next 10 days or the 2 weeks even more challenging. Oh my gosh. That is breaking news. Yep. Okay. So they got to find somebody else to run for president.
Margie said she honestly thinks Biden has mental problems.
Well, we can't talk about that here.
Yeah. I'll just tell you what she said.
He is sick with COVID, but his health has been declining. I'll say that.
You can look at him and tell.
Hi, Robin Cassier. How are you? Oh my gosh. I know. Interesting, right? Thank you. Yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was quite shocked. Sensei. Over there, place. Come on. Off my feet. Love you, baby girl. Love you.
Are you talking to Sensei?
Hmm?
I said, are you talking to Sensei?
Yep. So President Biden is not going to endorse his VP, nor is he going to resign his presidency.
So he's going to continue to be president, but he's not going to run for the next election.
The stunning leak is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, that's nothing else. That's not something else. Okay. So we'll have to see who's going to run. Once again, I mean, I don't say the facts. I can state facts, but we're not going to discuss personal political pepperoni. I mean, pineapple, no politics. I know some people don't like what I just said, but that's okay. Yeah, that is going to start a war. I love pineapple on my pizza.
So do I.
All right, guys. Pineapples on pizza. Yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay or nay?
Yay.
This kitten is going that crazy.
So
my kitten is like going in circles around us. My dog is like.
Walter is like, I've got to lose weight. So I'm not going to drink so much creamer in my coffee. But he cooks himself 4 eggs and 6 pieces of bacon.
Well, okay, we have Erica says, yay on the pizza. I'm looking at Discord. I'm getting ready to go there. Braxton. I hate it when these ads cover everything that you're trying to read and they're trying to, I have to subscribe to, no, I better not. Oh, now they're saying 15 minutes ago, President Biden is absolutely staying in the presidential race.
Somebody's confused.
Said MSNBC Morning Joe Friday, calling him the best person to take. Oh, gosh. Okay, guys, I give up. We'll wait and see what happens. I don't know. I give up. There's too many different people reporting too many different things. So, yeah, welcome to media. So, I love warm pineapple. I will just put some on the grill.
Other thing that's good on pizza is onion and bacon. They are wonderful together.
Well, I like bacon. I don't mind bacon mixed with other food, but most people put too much bacon, and what happens? It tastes like bacon and nothing else.
So, what's wrong with that? And Margie says, what's wrong with that?
I'm sorry, I didn't get any other information from you.
Me?
No, I'm voice texting.
Oh.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I'll send him something. But in the meantime, let me know. Period. Court T just hopped on our live. See, it said Court T just hopped on our live.
Who did?
Oh, voice to text. Okay, so I need to
Sure sounds like rain.
send a quick email to him. Who did I miss? So this is what my son has autism, ADHD, and it's somewhat nonverbal. We use a lot of sign with him. Appreciate what you do so much. Oh, thank you so much. And once again, everybody, that just reminds me I need to put the banner up. Our fabulous interpreter is doing this out of the kindness and grace and mercy out of her own heart. So if anybody feels inclined to show her some love, you can buy a cup of coffee, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Mm-hmm. She lies not. Yeah. Raining.
Hold on. During actual court and not waiting for deliberation. LOL. So, I need to send Rob an email. I don't do email very well. I get thousands of emails a week, and they're all, literally all just junk.
Yeah.
And then what I'm looking for gets hidden, or even worse, gets sent over to the junk pile. Oh, I just won a backpack. Click here just to click. I'm not going to, is this? Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I didn't win anything. You just want me to take a survey.
Yeah. They do that a lot.
I see yours from this morning. I'll read it later. If you guys have any family member or you know somebody who's deaf and is having a issue, meaning they have request accommodations at a school, office of work, and you guys are struggling with the ADA and getting it done, please let me know. I am, and Diane also, I am an ADA law specialist and a disability integration specialist with a deaf support specialist. A lot of specialists. And we can help with that, right, Miss Diane?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I gotta text Rob, email him, so I'm going to go voice quiet. I'm going to put some music on. We shall be right back. Joyful rhythm. Again. Sorry, you're right. I said I love pineapple. I love it on my sandwiches. I love it in cottage cheese. I love it in my salads. I love it on my pizza. I love it by itself. I'm sorry, Noel. You're so sweet. I do that. Okay. Oh, I thought we might have something, but we don't. So we are now at the 1:38 time mark. I would be surprised if they didn't come back after about 2 hours or so. I believe this is a pretty cut and dry case, in my humble opinion. We came into this not knowing anything about the trial at all. So it'll be interesting to see how all this lays out. Very interesting.
Truly.
Oh. Thank you, Trial TV, for the shout out. We really, really appreciate you. This is vitally important to our community and to their community. What is Adakay recovery addict? Pickles, no politics. I love his saying about pickles and no politics. I love it. But I have to do something different. And he does it because I've never known a man to like pickles as much as this guy does. Our egg sits there, and wife is probably right. It's probably filled with formaldehyde. He's never going to age. He's preserved as many as he eats. Oh my gosh, it's a lot.
So you like dill pickles?
You like pineapple, no politics? Yeah. Playing around with this timer. I got a timer, but I can't share it with you. That stinks. Oh, I don't know when this is going to happen, but I got some news to share. A certain individual, you probably can guess who if you've been watching, is going to help me, and we're going to set up 5, maybe 6, we'll see, mini PCs, mini computers. And that way I can be like, recovery addict, and have a TV on my wall, and each one of those mini computers will be plugged into the big one, and then I can have all my videos lined up for the day. I can pop back and forth. I can show this timer, for example. I can have a counter, so we can make some fun things that we can make fun of and do counting. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I don't know what to do, Diane. I've been teaching ASL over at the community center, and I took a break over the summer, and they're wanting me to come back and teach in the fall.
Well,
However, I got this and college.
I would say no.
Yeah, not this. Maybe in the spring.
Maybe. Was it a paid gig or was it just
Mm-hmm. Not a whole lot, but yeah.
I can do it virtually.
Well, they want in person.
Well, then I can't do it.
Yeah, got to be in person. I wanted to do it virtually too and open it up to other people, and we got to physically be there, which is frustrating.
Well, sure.
Well, the thing is they got to have somebody there to run the technology. And if they got to have someone to run the technology, we might as well be there.
True.
Okay. I'm trying to find anybody have any funny videos or anything. I'm going to go to YouTube and see what I can find. We need some entertainment. What is Mr. R.A. saying?
Entertain you. It's about the best.
Well, he has a Weather Watcher t-shirt. I want one. Hey, Weather Watcher. I want a t-shirt. I guess I need to go buy a t-shirt. People are now, oh my gosh, people are now putting family funerals on YouTube, and it's okay, but they're actually taking the camera up to the deceased face.
Well,
Oh, we need to watch this.
is it a funeral?
No, this I don't mind watching. This is the ceremony for the funeral for the fireman who passed away from the Trump rally shooting.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see any volume on it right now. Let me get this back here. Let me see. Let's start back. Why do we not have any voice? It's talking. Oh. Okay, they held it. Okay. We'll just leave this going in the background. They have no volume.
Yeah, I understand that.
Y'all, this is a heartbreak. My heart goes out to the family. It is devastating. But honestly, both he and, his wife and daughter or two daughters could have been injured or harmed in the same way that he was.
Yeah.
It is devastating for that community, and our hearts go out to them. As a firefighter and a chaplain, it's tough. It's tough with anybody, but even more so with someone who volunteers. He wasn't paid, he was a volunteer firefighter. And for him to, as far as I understand, I could be wrong, don't get mad if I am, but I think he was a volunteer. At least that's what Trump said. He was a volunteer. They did have his gear, his turnout gear, not his outfit. It's called turnout gear at the convention last night to honor him. I thought that was a very, very good thing to do. Of course, what you're seeing here are a lot of the different agencies that have lined up for the procession. EMS, fire trucks, tankers, ladder trucks, brush trucks. The second one here behind this ambulance here is a brush truck. I can drive these. I have driven them. Not very often. A verdict has been reached. We got court feed. We're going to switch.
Hey,
We got a court
verdict has been reached.
So verdict was reached. I'm going to find it. We got less than 2 hours. So the majority of y'all was correct. It was 1 hour and 45 minutes when I was told. So I assume let's just do 1.5 hours. We'll see what they say for sure. I'm going to go ahead and just switch to the scene until the court comes in. I think that's important. Let's see. Okay, here they go. I will tell you, it doesn't matter if you're paid or volunteer first responder. It really touches my heart to see them turn out like this, and the fact that they have a helicopter news. It is amazing. And those young girls, I know they're going to miss their daddy, but amazingly, there are firefighters that will step up. They'll step up. We had somebody locally lose their father was not during a fire, but did lose the father. And for her prom, her sweet 16, all those special events, the different firefighters who are close to the family stepped in and supported, which I thought was absolutely amazing. We see this in the police force. We see this a lot in the military. So it is a brotherhood. And I say brother being a unisex. I'm a part of that. Yeah. Kitten's trying to play with my foot through the cables. That's the last thing I need is to lose my life at this point.
Yeah, really. You'd be in trouble.
That ought to scare her for a minute, and she'll come back for it. She's like, I'm out of here. I didn't like that. I just tossed a hand lotion to the side of her, startled her. Are they carrying his? Yes, I think, is that his casket? Is it on the truck? It appears to be. It appears to be. Trial TV Live, do we know how long it took for them to reach that verdict? Do we have a time? If not, I'm going to call it about 1:30. So I'm going to call it about an hour and a half. I mean, I'm going to call it not 1:30, but I had 1:45 when you told me. So giving time, I don't know. But yes, baby. Lay down. 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 You haven't had much. Toesy. Move your toesy. I have to be careful. I don't want to run my wheels over her toes. Yep. I still do that. If I see you in Texas, well, a lot of towns, but more smaller towns. But if I see a funeral procession coming up, I will pull over and a lot of times get out. Yeah, it's very emotional. I have people up on the roof. Look at that. Why are they getting down from the roof? I guess they're news people. They have chairs, camera gear. And this is hard for the family. I can't imagine. It's hard enough that your father passed away saving your life. And there's going to be survival guilt. There's always survival guilt. I'm going to turn off that sound because it's harsh. This wind. I'm holding the flag that was flying, which will be given to the family. We were going to pause. We have judge. My sound is all the way up. The sound is horrible. I can't turn it up. Trial TV, can y'all buff it a little up more? Can you hear it better now?
I can't hear anything.
I cranked it as high as I could. Is everybody else silent?
Declined all
There we
of
go.
those options and indicated he had no interest.
I'll scroll back a little.
I was notified that there is a verdict. I had our head of security here contact jail staff. Jail staff spoke with the defendant, told him that there was a verdict, offered him the opportunity to come over in person for the reading of the verdict, offered him the opportunity to listen or participate audio or by Zoom for the reading of the verdict. He declined all of those options and indicated he had no interest. So, Shelley, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
How? Well, you have to be sick. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, the record will reflect that we now have the jury back in the courtroom with us. The attorneys are present. It is Friday, July 19, 2024 at 1:51 p.m. The jury has informed the court attendant that they have reached a verdict. I see that the foreperson has the verdict with her. Ma'am, can you please hand that to the court attendant? Okay, this is the state of Iowa versus Tyler Dazey, FECR 153723. As to count one, on the charge of murder in the first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tyler Dazey, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. That verdict form is signed by the foreperson.
I knew that was going to be it.
On the charge of animal abuse, we, the jury, find the defendant, Tyler Dazey, guilty of the crime of animal abuse. And that verdict form is also signed by the foreperson. Is the state asking that the jury be polled? Is the defense?
We better, Your Honor.
Okay. So, folks, the court attendant will poll you by reading your juror number. When she reads your number, she'll ask whether you can confirm that this is, in fact, your verdict. Go ahead.
These are verdicts. These are verdicts. Juror number 13, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 18, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 23, are these your verdicts? Juror number 25, are these your verdicts? Juror number 27, are these your verdicts? 23, are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 41, are these your verdicts? Juror number 44, are these your verdicts? Juror number 50, are these your verdicts?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you in a moment, ask you to go before you will be discharged. I won't keep you very long. Thank you for your service, and you can.
Why is it stopping? I haven't touched anything.
At this time, back to the jury room.
So there we have it. Guilty, both counts. So I find that very interesting that we're going to go, that he didn't even show up, but not unexpected. Are we going to go into sentencing?
At this time, I would normally advise the defendant of his right to file a motion in arrest of judgment and a motion for new trial. Those motions, as you know, are time sensitive and must be filed within 45 days of today's date and at least 5 days prior to sentencing. I'm going to direct you to notify your client of that information. I will also make sure that that is in my printed order and make sure that he receives a copy of my printed order. By statute pursuant to count one, the defendant may not be admitted to bail in the event of appeal in this matter. We will set a sentencing date at some point, and I'll figure out a date for that. Is there anything else that the state needs to put on the record today? Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll close the record. Thank you, everyone.
And that is it. We're done. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and end this live. We will be back at 10 till 7, and their live will start at, well, wait. I'll let you know. I don't know what time their live is. I think theirs is at 8:30 is it their time? So 7:30 my time. So I'll post it. I'll put the thumbnail up. Come join us. It's going to be a fun night with those two guys. And I appreciate y'all. I appreciate your support. I appreciate everything. Bye, Diane. And I hope and pray that y'all have a fabulous day. I'm going to go get some more work done. Thank you again for joining. And with that, we are out of here. What? No sound? What the heck happened? Y'all. I don't know what the hell. That should have some sound to it. Let me do it again. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.